Yeah, I'll jump in there. My name is Hamid Abbasi. I consider myself a community member here in the Zcash world, also a full-time investor in the space. Yeah.
All right, who's next? Aditya, I think.
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya. I'm a mobile apps developer, fairly new to Zcash, and I'm interested to know all the Zip proposals and the next steps for Zcash.
All right, Matt, you're up.
Hey guys, Matt Luongo. I'm the CEO of Thesis. We're a crypto production studio. We've been working in this space since early 2014. Built Fold and Keep, and while I've not put a zip forward, I'm considering a slight twist on some of the other proposals I've seen.
All right, Steve, you said your mic is playing up. Why don't you just type a little introduction in the chat? And then who else hasn't introduced themselves yet? How about Andre? Or Justin, you can go ahead if you want. Someone, and please queue up in the chat because it really makes things easier. So Justin, why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Hey, so I was on here now, Sonia, whenever I get a chance.
Okay, Justin, Andre, and then we'll go back to and then Georgios. Okay, all right, we're back on track. Go ahead, Justin, and then we'll go to Andre.
Sonia. Yes, everyone. I work as a regulatory compliance analyst for DB Chain, which is an OTC cryptocurrency trading firm. And I'm also the organizer of the Monero community work group. I organized the first call to sort of set off the Zcash discussion here.
All right, Andre.
Hi, everybody. My name is Andre Serrano. I'm a Zcash community member and investor in the space. I've been closely following the dev fund process, and so excited to observe with you all today and participate in the discussion.
Georgios?
Hi, everybody. My name is Georgios. I'm a consultant who has been doing off-chain scalability and interoperability applications for the last 3 years, approximately. And I have also been part of the Zip, including Fly Client on Zcash.
Cool. All right, Eran.
Hi, I'm Eran Tromer, professor of computer science, researching cryptography, and I'm a co-author of the original Zero Cash paper and the founding scientist of Zcash, currently technically advising the Zcash Foundation, and super excited to be here.
All right, Matters. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong.
It's Madars, yep. I'm also one of the founding scientists of Zcash and also a researcher at MIT. I mostly work on zero-knowledge proofs.
All right. Who are we still missing? Are the people who haven't introduced themselves, should I assume that you don't want to? I suppose we can just, since people aren't continuing to queue themselves up. Oh, okay, James. James just, in all caps, introduced himself enthusiastically. I love it. All right, well, I guess we can get started then, because I don't really want to force people to introduce themselves if they don't want to. So I'm going to paste in the chat. Oh, Josh Swihart says that he introduced himself while I was negligently not here. So I'm going to paste in the chat a link to the list of active dev fund relevant zips. And we're basically going to go through this and talk about it. I'll remind you again that we're going to, yes, Justin, recording is ongoing. I turned it on earlier. I think I missed the first couple of introductions, but everything else is being recorded. So I guess, yeah, we're just going to go through and talk about them. I want to remind you that really it's going to be super, super helpful to queue in the chat. So I really want to ask you to do that and to remember to, if you spoke recently, wait until 2 other people have had a chance to speak before you queue up again. All right, so the first one, I'm going to paste the specific link in the chat. And I think, so the versions on GitHub are almost, at least currently, almost identical to the versions on the forum. And the forum is easier to read. But if people have a strong preference for GitHub, either in general or, I don't know, for a specific proposal, you know, feel free to use the GitHub link or to ask that we all use the GitHub link if you feel that's necessary. So I'm just gonna queue up the first zip by describing it. It's keep the block distribution as initially defined, 90% to miners. So basically, in spirit, this zip is no new dev fund, no replacement of the founder's reward of any kind. Just keep going with the initial arrangement, and have 90% of ZEC go to the or 90% of block rewards specifically, not ZEC. So does anyone have thoughts on that they'd like to share or start with?
I suppose I just want to say initially that this is what I would call the status quo, that this is currently what's in the code, and you know, if no one comes to an agreement about anything, this to me would be the default action. This is inaction.
So what do people think the status quo, should it happen or continue to happen, I guess? What will that do for the future of Zcash? Like, what does Zcash look in the world, look like in 2020 and after in this world where this zip is the winner, so to speak? Maybe another way to frame that would be, does anyone have a vision of Zcash flourishing that depends on this zip, or that would be best served by this zip?
Quite the opposite.
Okay. I'm interpreting the silence as no one wants to step forward and sort of make the case for it.
I imagine most of us would make the case against.
I think there is a possible good future for Zcash down this path, but I don't know if it's I don't consider it to be the optimal choice, personally. That's my personal opinion. Oh, Steve, you just rejoined. Since this is your zip, do you want to say why you think it's important? That might be a no. Okay, well, in the interest of time, sorry, this is the, oh, hold on, someone just, all right, so this is the status quo keep block distribution as defined initially zip. I'm gonna give Steve a minute to see if he wants to talk. I think, yeah, this is actually a good question also. What is the, James just asked in chat, what is the worst case scenario of status quo?
I'll throw out, if no one wants to step up, I'll throw out sort of how I see this going. This is Hamid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just based on everything we understand, it sounds like if this is a status quo, that the Electric Coin Company is not going to be able to continue developing, at least on the level that they're currently developing, much beyond the next year. And so Zcash would lose, in my opinion, which is one of the best teams in the industry. And yeah, I don't, this stage of development of the project, which I think is fairly undeveloped, I don't see how that works out.
Avichal, or sorry, I'm going to mispronounce everyone's name. I hope you don't hate me for it. Do you want to go ahead and articulate what you were saying in chat?
Sure. I apologize for airport noise. Can you give me like 30 seconds?
Yeah. Steve, do you know what you want to say, or are you able to connect with the audio?
I can jump in. So all I was saying here in the chat was, I think probably what happens is because development stops, the market starts to realize it, price goes flat or maybe goes down for a while, which gives people time to accumulate. Eventually, there are enough people who have accumulated enough ZEC that pardon me?
Wow. Hello. Sorry for interrupting you.
Oh, no worries.
Wow. Yeah, I'll just go put myself back on mute. Sorry.
Okay. And then it sort of operates like Bitcoin, which is at a certain point, enough people have accumulated that probably the single most important thing they can do to drive their net worth is to work on this. And at a certain point, there are enough people who have done that it makes sense for them to contribute in that way. But the risk, of course, is that that takes so long that the market sort of moves on, and there just isn't enough forward progress and enough market share that Zcash can acquire, and sort of implodes instead of actually being successful. I think if this were the case 5 years ago, you might have been able to assume that is that's a reasonable strategy. But I think given how competitive this market is and how much money is flowing into it, I wouldn't be optimistic that that results in a good outcome.
I think in particular, there's a risk that a lot of the core people working on ZK snarks and such would go to other projects, because we know there is huge demand, and that would severely limit. Basically, Zcash would be stuck with sapling, and then whatever protocol stuff it could do that wasn't advanced cryptography.
So sort of Zcash would become Litecoin. But actually, Ian, I want to cut you off. You came in after this, which was, I said that the way we're organizing the conversation is, one, you queue up in the chat, and then two, each time someone speaks, they have to wait for 2 more people to talk to speak again. I'm not like scolding you. You didn't do anything wrong. You came in after I explained that. I just want to make sure everyone is on the same page in terms of how the conversation will be organized. Yeah, no worries, Ian. Steve was up next. Steve, do you want to give the defense of this proposal and why you thought it was worth submitting as a zip, and put the work to flush it out?
Well, keeping the status quo as it is. Yeah, well, the founder's reward has to stop. So that has to end. We can't continue with that. The project was meant to be in a better state than it currently is now. So what's to stop breaking another core value in 4 years' time, or in 2 years' time, or in 6 weeks' time? I understand that the project still needs to keep development, and it still needs to keep development funds, but the proposals that are going through at the moment all seem to rely on some sort of continuation of, whilst a founder's reward, not in name but in spirit, which to me it's not what I signed up for. I mean, I mined Zcash for 2.5 years, so I've effectively been paying for it all this time. So I would like to see the results of that, and they're coming through. I would have thought that the foundation should be taking more of a lead role by now. That isn't the case. They didn't manage to keep up to the schedule that has happened. So obviously some slip has happened, but why does that mean we need to change the distribution of coins? The whole idea of block distribution is to get coins in as many people's hands as possible, rather than to get them onto markets and to get them worth things. It only gets value when people use it and accept it for value.
Thoughts? At this point, no one is queued, so whoever wants to should feel free to jump in. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with kind of half of what Steve was saying, which is, I think as a long-time holder, I was also a little bit more optimistic that both the foundation would have stepped up more and that there would have been more progress on some fronts, on the protocol and wallets and user distribution and so on. That being said, it's not clear to me that stopping funding would actually further the goal that anybody has of making the project successful. So I sort of half agree with what Steve was saying around, I wish there were more progress, but it's not clear to me that cutting off funding is the optimal path forward.
James, do you want to speak, or would you prefer not to speak? Actually, you know what? I'll just read what you just said in chat and then see if anyone has a response, which is James just said in the chat, what is funding for? Scalability, right? If we achieve that by 2021, what is wrong with status quo? Yeah, maybe this 2 people need to speak in between thing isn't sustainable, but I do, Steve, before you go again, is there anyone who has a cash thought that they haven't had a chance to express yet?
Yeah, actually. I agree with everyone that there hasn't been as much progress as I think anybody would have liked. And not doing any more funding is certainly an option. One thing that I haven't seen any real middle ground in discussion is, though, what if there is funding, but there's more accountability on deliverables and making people commit to, you said you were going to do X, like maybe you get to pick what X is, but you said you do X on Y time frame. If you don't, then, well, things can change, right? There's a middle ground between throwing all the money out and acknowledging that things are not where we'd like, and maybe the incentive structures do need to be different this time than the last time.
Steve, why don't you go ahead, and then actually people seem to be having their thoughts to say now, but Matt made a good point that we do have a bunch of other zips to discuss. But
I would just like to make one point clear about this zip. This zip does not prohibit funding for the ECC. It does not do that. All it does is it ends the founders reward and it ends mandatory donations. That's all it does. It's not designed to do anything more or anything less than that. That's all that zip is meant to be doing. It's a very, very simple zip. That's the intent behind it. So yeah, I just thought I'd clarify that for people.
All right. So we're not, I think we all have to get comfortable that we're not going to be able to discuss these in full because we do want to get to all of them. But actually the next one is also Steve, which is a protocol-based donation, I guess tooling, maybe the right word?
Yeah, I don't know the right word for this one either. Yeah, this goes kind of hand in hand with the last one. This is the only mechanism that I found that allows Zcash not to break any of its core or initial promises or whatever you want to call it, whatever the thing I thought I was signing up to at the beginning. It allows them not to break any of that, and it allows them to keep continual funding for the lifetime of the coin, whether that be 500 years or 5,000 years. The only way to do that is through transaction fees. The block reward will run out at some point. The ECC will have to leave Zcash. So it's the question is when is that point going to be? Is the ECC going to come back in 4 more years and say, actually, no, you still need us? So if that is the case, why don't we prepare something now that allows us to continually extract funds from everybody, from users of the network, not just people that process transactions?
But I thought, wait, now I'm confused. I thought it was miners donating from their block reward.
It can be miners donating. It could be stakers donating. It could be. Oh, actually, no, I rewrote it, didn't I? Wait a minute. All right, so let me put it up. 1 sec. No. This one is. Hello.
Yeah, we can still hear you.
All right, cool. 1 sec. It's just popping up. Yeah, this is the one which actually allows anyone to opt out. So basically, it's what everyone else has been saying, but rather than the opt-in, which is mandatory, it's you don't have to opt in. At which point something else happens to the coin. What? I don't know. I haven't managed to get those burn proposals written yet.
Thoughts on this, people?
I just need to double. I'm just rereading it at the moment.
I personally don't think that opt-in donations are a viable source of funding. They have, like, if they were a viable force, Matt asks, have we seen this work elsewhere? Yeah, that's kind of my point. Like, exactly.
What, on other projects?
Yeah, like, is there any?
Yeah, Zuko posted some analytics showing that I think it was about 8% of all Bitcoin transfers is transaction fees, and 4% of all Ethereum transfers is actually transaction fees. So it shows if you get your coin out there, then there is a lot of money to be had out of transaction fees.
But I mean, transaction fees and donations are pretty different things, right? I mean, I guess I'm still confused.
Okay, all right. I'm just rereading it, so it's just let me see. So I might not have put the right one in.
Steve, while you're reviewing that,
it is. This is the same proposal. So it is to use transaction fees, mining fees. Sorry, mining fees, not transaction fees, mining fees. To donate, you can choose to donate out by block distribution. So it could work with somebody else's zip that wants to give 20% or 30% or 40% of their amount to the ECC or whatever they want to do. That could happen. It doesn't preclude that, but it just means that they have to have the option of doing that and not doing that. And if they choose not to do that, then no money is given.
So what do people think about the general principle here, which is miner-directed funding? I mean, I know what some of you think, but does anybody want to chime in with thoughts there? And then we'll skip ahead to the Strategic Council proposal. So before Avichal gets on a flight, we can talk about it. So thoughts on Steve's idea here?
I'd like to voice a quick thought. This is Peter from the US. I think a great example of this is the recent launch of Grin, and how exchanges ended up needing to be the sole, I guess, donators to the development team, because, you know, I think it's a bit of game theory or you know, whatever commons, where, you know, when everybody has the option to do it or not to do it, everybody's just not going to do it because they're going to assume that other people are going to do it. So, you know, I think it doesn't seem to be extremely viable long term, but I'd love to hear some other thoughts, and I'd love to hear this stimulating discussion.
Well, the detail was that yeah, all right, yeah, I see where you're coming from, mate. I see where you're coming from.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just don't want coins taken out of circulation on purpose. To enrich everybody.
Justin, what were you about to say?
Yeah, so this reminds me very similarly of the next proposal on the list, which is Andrew Miller's proposal, where miners are given 3 options. They can choose a combination of the reward to give to the ECC, to give to the Zcash Foundation, or to burn it. And in idea, I like the idea, since miners currently in the code were allocated future funds, for them to be able to donate a certain portion of funds. Now, do I think it's unlikely that miners will choose to donate money to someone else if they could have received it themselves? It's probably pretty unlikely, especially if there's a competitive mining environment with low margins. But in general, I like the idea that perhaps miners, or there's some, like, compared to not having another option, it's good to allow people to choose if funds are given somewhere or not. Now, I don't know if it's necessarily the best implementation of that type of idea, but it might be preferable to one where, and I think part of the reason there's support for these types of ideas is because with many other proposals, you're sort of allocating funding and there are fewer checks in place. So these things are kind of being compared to each other as foils, and I think that's part of the reason why there's a lot of support for those type of ideas.
All right. Somewhat abruptly, we're going to start talking about Avichal's proposal, and why don't you take it away and give a sort of presentation of what your intent is. Oh, I'm
still here. I'm also dialed in, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, is that you again?
Yeah, it's me. I'm dialed in both places, so I can chat on my computer, and I'm dialed in on my phone, so you can actually hear me.
Sweet. Go ahead.
So should I share a link to it, or have you?
I linked to the chat.
Oh, fantastic! Thank you for doing that. So, and thank you for letting me sort of go slightly out of order. I appreciate it. So the proposal kind of has 3 basic prongs to it. One is a developer fund coming from block rewards. The second goal at a high level is more decentralization. I think we need to move towards, in addition to being able to fund development, I think we need to move towards increased decentralization. And the third is increased accountability. I think to some of the things that Ian was referencing and Steve mentioned, I think we can do a better job of actually executing as an ecosystem. So the dev report sort of does addresses the funding. The decentralization is addressed by having a group of 5 people rather than 3. I think having only ECC and Zcash Foundation at the table making decisions isn't great. I think we actually need some outside parties to potentially offer input and advice. And I think also sort of separating out, and so that's why I think ECC and Zcash Foundation shouldn't have permanent seats on this council. I think it should be elected, which I think ultimately means that the people who are deciding how capital is allocated are accountable to the ZEC holders. And I think a separation between the people who are doing the allocation of this pool of money and the people who are actually doing the work is also preferable, so that there aren't any conflicts of interest, ideally. That's not to say that it should be explicitly prohibited, but I think there are advantages to having people who are deciding where money goes who are not actually doing the building as well. And kind of what Ian was getting at, what I would propose more tactically on the actual building is that every 6 months, people make proposals to this group of people who are held accountable to ultimately the ZEC holders. And they say, here are the things we would like to do, here's what our budget is, here's how we'll hold ourselves accountable, and here's what it would mean to get a 7 out of 10, here's what it would mean to get a 10 out of 10, here's what it would mean to get a 3 out of 10. And at the end of that 6 months, they would submit a grade, and the strategic council could sort of override that grade if they disagree or push on it. And then subsequently, like in the next 6 months, if it turned out that there's a team that's done a great job and they submit an even bigger proposal, then in theory you could submit a bigger proposal and get more money. And of course, if you have missed your goals, then over time people would learn that you aren't delivering and that you shouldn't be receiving more of the money, and the council would stop allocating funds to you. That's at a high level.
All right, Steve, you're up. At least,
I just wanted to quickly speak to this. That when does this cover third-party developers, or is this just for the ECC and the foundation? So if say somebody wanted to develop something for Zcash, some hardware or some software or a new technology to layer on top of it, would they be subject to these same requirements?
So if they want to receive any of this funding, I think they should be able to receive this funding. So if there's somebody who's not ECC or Zcash Foundation wants to apply and say, hey, look, I have a great idea for a wallet, or I can build a new type of hardware, or I can build mining pool software, then they should absolutely be able to submit software here. It could be an independent developer, it could be a small team, it could be parity. Whoever wants to do it should be able to submit and receive some of this funding. So it's not pre-allocated to ECC and Zcash Foundation by any means. In fact, what I'm hoping is that by doing it this way, there are a lot of other people who want to come in and contribute, because now they can receive some of those funds, which furthers decentralization, I think.
I'm one of those people. Thank you very much.
All right, Iran.
I have a general concern about the proposals that involve creation of new entities and parties, be it another third entity or 3 more or various other constructs. And the problem is we don't have the means to create new bodies on the current timeline. And we don't have enough people who I think can put in the time, effort, expertise, and background to serve in such roles for a long time. To elaborate on both, first, we don't have any election system other than the one based on mining, and the very informal one based on the current community council. It is unclear how such election would take place, who would participate, how they will be executed. There's a lot of talk about various mechanisms, including coin-weighted, of course, the existing mining-weighted, but it's all up in the air. So anything that says we are going to create new stuff, and we hereby decide that we'll decide later about what that new stuff is, kicks the can down the road and makes the most important problem of actually decisions. Just take a different, wear a different dress, but have less time to be resolved. And then when we start thinking about who those people would be, imagine if it's not obvious who are the right parties here. I can make a list of people who understand the code well enough to know what needs to be done, and they are financially cognizant enough to know what are reasonable budgets, and they are trustworthy enough, and they can spend the time to do all of this, and they have the right incentives. The list, after removing those who are already affiliated with ECC and the foundation, would be extremely short. And I'm trying to simulate what the debates would look like, and then adding back the question of the mechanism for debates. And it's hard for me to see this converging in time. So any such proposal, I think, must come with some firmer grasp of how this plays out in reality, rather than vague proclamations about how wonderful it would be to have many independent parties all hold hands together and make the right decisions.
So should I respond, or are you going to let other folks chime in? I'm not sure how you're managing the queue.
So no one is really queued up at the moment, but I would actually like to prompt, maybe we could do Matt and then you again, because I would love to hear from Matt here in terms of the broadening the developer ecosystem aspect.
Yeah, sure.
And maybe also responding to Iran's points would be good, and I would love to hear that from you also, Avital.
Just on the developer ecosystem piece, what I like about this is that there's, well, there's not a, okay, this is a pretty high level proposal. It adds a lot of moving pieces. But what I like is that as an outside dev, I know who I'm trying to talk to for funding, where I'm going to put forward proposals that are maybe longer term than grants, or that I think are inappropriate for an existing grant process. So I think that part is great. I do agree with Iran's sort of, is this overkill? Like, obviously we can throw a lot more governance at this problem and probably come up with something even more complicated that will make everyone on this call think that it's great. But the more structure we add, potentially there's more opportunity for outside legal attacks. There's more opportunity for sort of social engineering at a wide scale. And so I think the fact that it gets so far from on-chain governance and does actually rely on a legal structure also bothers me quite a bit. So that's just kind of my quick take.
Hello. I have a couple comments. I keyed in a little bit earlier, but
oh, sorry, I missed you.
No problem. So I definitely agree with the spirit of what Avichal is proposing, in that I think Zcash needs greater decentralization, which is, we'll talk about in our proposal as well. And then I also agree with what Iran and Matt are saying, that decentralizing it in the sense of this governance structure, I think, will be challenging. And if we're talking about a strategic council of, say, 5 members, where each of them have essentially 20% control of the network, that's going to be, I think, very difficult selecting that many important members. We discuss in our proposal, which again I'll get to in a little bit, but a third entity, maybe just one other entity, to try to decentralize the governance process at least a little bit more while not making it overly complex. But I think ultimately the spirit of what I think everyone would agree is that Zcash and the Dev Fund needs to be decentralized. The Zcash network overall needs to be more decentralized, and overly complex systems for the governance structure might not be the best way to do that. And like I think Matt was saying earlier, it does open up a lot of unknown complex attack vectors, which for the Zcash network overall, I think the Zcash Foundation or the ECC is the centralized component of the network. And so that in and of itself is an attack vector. And so the more complex that system gets, I think the more susceptible it is to attack.
Avichal, are you still here?
Yep, still here.
Do you want to respond to what people have been sharing?
Yeah, lots of good thoughts. I think, yeah, I think it's totally fair feedback that the election process is sort of hand wavy right now, and I think that's something to potentially think through. And I agree with the feedback that it's hard to without being specific on that, it's sort of tied into the proposal, so it's an important thing to flesh out. I think I actually look at it as trying to mitigate some of the concerns I have around the development itself being really, really centralized. And so, the mechanisms of it that I particularly like, that, it does, my goal here is not, just to be clear, is not to have like my proposal be the ultimate one, but hopefully inject some really good ideas. And I'm sure we'll all come up with some sort of thing here at the end that hopefully pulls from the best of all of these. But the kind of aspect of it that I like is there's now an incentive structure for people who are not at ECC and the foundation to participate very directly by writing code. I think to some of the feedback around, well, how do you find really high quality people that could help in this capacity? That's why I think it's a paid position, and that's why I think it's the right way to do that. Just to use an extreme example, right? If you look at any company board, like there's real compensation there for people, and it's because really good people want to get paid for their time. And so I think there are ways to incentivize really great people to be a part of this. But I agree. I think that some of the specifics around how exactly you identify these people and what that voting mechanism looks like is important. And I worry a little bit with some of the other proposals that it sort of cements ECC and the foundation as having a lot of control, because they ultimately are the recipients of most of the money. And I worry that without like delivering results in a better, faster way, that we're not really going to move to a place of being sufficiently more decentralized. All we're really going to do is be having the same conversation in 3 to 4 years.
All right, Ian.
I was going to say, I really like the idea as a goal, as a where we ought to be able to get, as a notion of, yes, we definitely need more decentralization. And speaking purely for myself and not for the Zcash Foundation, though I am on the board, I'd be happy if there were more entities who we could trust. My worry is how we set those up short term, because we do need to do something in the short term. And in fact, not just that we couldn't find one, but in fact, worse than that, right? At least with 2 of 2, you have some balance of power. If you find a third one who's actually a proxy for either the foundation or ECC, then what you've actually done is created a more centralized organization, right? Because you've just gotten, 5 people who are like my golf buddies or Zuko's golf buddies or whatever it is to be on the board. But as a goal of where we should end up, I really like it. I really like the insights into, some of the mechanisms and dynamics that will play out, that we ought to have a very effective and robust way for encouraging third-party development, something that goes beyond what the existing, like, say, foundation grant program has done, though I think that has been somewhat effective, but it's not in its wallets and such. So I like the idea, but I think it's more of a roadmap than something we can do as a zip for immediately solving the problem in the next year.
So Ian, let me ask, like, why would if the attack vector is that there's a third or fourth or fifth party that is affiliated with ECC or the foundation, doesn't that just collapse to the same case of there is just the ECC and the foundation, which is what we have today? Like, it seems
not if it's
no worse than
majority
where we are.
Right. So it depends on what your worry is. Is you worry about progress or people taking over the network, right? Is it aliveness or safety, right? If it's 2 of 2 and it's both sides have to agree, then we've got to check against one of them doing something absurd, like taking all the money and using it to fund a retreat for their own company people in Hawaii for 6 months. But if it goes to 2 of 3, but the third entity is just a proxy, a rubber stamp for one of the others, then we've got no checks and balances.
So, Ian, were you finished, or did you have more sentences to say?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. I want to, I guess, circle back a little bit to the high level. My biggest concern about the effects of the Founders Reward and the potential effects of a new mandatory dev fund of some kind is I think the biggest deal is the crowding out effect. Functionally right now, ECC, ZF, and like sort of Bolt, sort of some of the other ZK crypto startups, there's this very small cluster. Like, we're in when I think about our ecosystem, I'm thinking of like Coda, which is, to some extent a competitor. So we have this very small ecosystem. We don't have a broad base of developers. And I think this is directly attributable to the Founders Award and the design, which is not really a criticism because, you know, they couldn't see the future. And also Zcash, I think, would not have existed without this Founders Reward design, but it's one of those your strengths are your weaknesses things. It has defined the progress of Zcash. Anyway, so that's the perspective I'm coming from. That's my major concern here. And something I'm worried about in terms of having a lot more bureaucracy is barriers to entry. This is something that Matt has alluded to on Twitter, and I think earlier when he was talking, which is that when you're a small team, or just regardless of team size, you're judging whether the time and investment you put into something is going to have a payoff, or like what the likelihood of the payoff is. And so we really want to be able to ease people in. If it's like if you have to invest, like, say, several months in bidding to even get funding, that's going to deter a lot of people. So I guess my point here is that we need to think about barriers to entry if we want to decentralize the development ecosystem and the general Zcash ecosystem, because if the barriers to entry are too high, teams are going to rationally conclude like this is more of a risky prospect than say going and working on Ethereum or something. So Iran and then Matt.
So thanks, Sonia, for raising this point. I think this is extremely important, and there's been some discussions of this recently on the forum. Clearly, everybody wants to decentralize, and we want things to happen with teams beyond ECC and the foundation. And this needs one way or another, discretion in monitoring of the way the funds are allocated and used. Now, the foundation took the approach that the Zcash Foundation grants are the vehicle for that, and it has by now tried 2 different mechanisms for doing these. I was involved in both, so I have some appreciation. And both were meant to be as lightweight as possible while remaining efficient and also providing opportunity for guidance and feedback and, of course, responsible use of funds. So I have 2 questions to the people here, many of whom are the past or maybe future recipients of such grants. Is the current grant mechanism good enough for your needs? And if not, what are your pain points and how are grant proposals supposed to alleviate them, given that whatever we come up with will need to have some process with some overhead and some bureaucracy for managing the disbursing of funds?
So, Iran, sorry, I raised my hand, but I do have a thought. You've already heard some of it on the forum. I mean, the struggle that I have with grants is that I don't think that they're a strong mechanism to bootstrap new teams. There's a pretty significant upfront cost that is associated with any team that wants to get involved with Zcash, and we need to be confident that once we've paid that cost and once we've had our devs spend time learning, whichever code base, that we then get some amount of payout. And I don't necessarily think that it's a good idea that be part of a grant process, frankly. Reason being, you should still care about results, etc. So I'm happy to go into that in more detail. I guess I also want to just answer the question about kind of like, what about bounties, etc. And I mean, I think this is there's sort of this spectrum, right, between where the ECC is, and then I think on the far other side, like sort of like bounty programs like HackerOne and very quick transactional work. And I think that there's just a significant chasm between bounties and then moving more to the center of grants, and then on the far side, this sort of like ensconced position that the ECC has now. And so what I'm interested in is kind of how can we break that down? I plan on giving you guys a write-up on the grants program. I'm playing with it right now, and hopefully we'll have at least a blog post and some feedback on the forum. But I do think that even with a perfectly robust grant program, I think you do want some profit motive. The other thing that I think I'd like to see here is an opportunity for competition. So with grants, it's not clear to me necessarily who are my competitors and et cetera. And ultimately what I'm seeing is maybe there is a way to kind of pit outside development companies, not necessarily, well, against the ECC, I'll just call it what it is, and have an opportunity for other folks to grow, and maybe they'll supplant the ECC one day. Probably not. The team is very stacked, but at least I think outside competition would help.
All right, Micra. Okay, we're gonna skip over you because are you muted? Maybe if you're muted, unmute yourself, and then I'm gonna skip over you. You unintentionally, I hope, muted me. I think you should try to mute yourself or unmute yourself. All right, we're gonna jump to who's next? Ian. Yes, Ian. Why don't you go ahead and then we'll circle back. Oh, you can talk now. Great. All right, never mind. You talk and then you can talk.
Yeah, I was confused because I've never used it with so many people before. This like Google Meet, so the UI was confusing.
No worries.
Yeah. So for some background, I was doing some undergraduate research over a year ago, and I was looking into grants in the ecosystem. I eventually got like an Ethereum Foundation grant, but I was also considering a Zcash grant, and at the time the process wasn't exactly clear. So roughly a year ago, the process involved using GitHub, and then publicly people could comment on the proposals, but it wasn't clear, like Matt said, what your chances of getting the grant was, how much was allocated towards grants, if there was an onboarding program for like students or people who are just working on Zcash in their free time. And then now the grants process is on its own website, but I still think that's unclear. So I think first things first, the Zcash Foundation should probably sort of set expectations for what they want out of the grants program, how much they're going to be allocating out of the grants program, and to onboard new members, they should also have programs. So for example, at the time when I got my Ethereum Foundation grant, they had a program called the Hackinternship. So you can work on any project for 10 weeks and get $10,000. This was a great way to get onboarded to Ethereum. And I think this type of program can be very valuable for onboarding new developers into the Zcash ecosystem. I think that's it for me.
I want to chime in on the ZF grants. That's what we call our grants platform website. Basically, yeah, you're right about everything. But it is, we know this, we're working on it. We're actually in the process of coming to an agreement for the V2 development of it. If anyone has been frustrated that this has dragged on for a long time, I 1000% share your frustration. There's been a lot going on this year, and it turns out that, you know what, Justin, you're right. We are going off topic. I'm sorry. Was anybody else queued up to talk? And also, maybe we should move on to the next proposal. I think we'll have a chance to continue talking about the same themes while looking at different proposals. And so, actually, maybe we could.
I was queued, but I just wanted to say something more general than about this specific proposal.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Ian. Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Yeah, so I was just going to point out there's sort of an ironic tension here between people very rightly pointing out we need incentives for other groups to be able to make money, to be able to enter the ecosystem, and this notion that there shouldn't be, that all development should be supported only by donations. I think the realistic thing, if you did the only by donations approach, is that those type of people, if they really want to do, would instead of working in Zcash, they might just take all the code and ecosystem stuff, fork it and make their own, which is frankly one of the common dynamics in cryptocurrency anyway, of since we don't know what mergers and acquisitions look like, and we don't know how to make as much money in the existing ecosystem, people build their own thing. So this is a challenge to keep in mind.
Real quick before we move on to the next proposal, Antoinette, do you want to say what you were going to say? I'm sorry that I skipped over you. You might also need to unmute yourself. Antoinette is figuring it out.
Here, I got it. Sorry about that. Yeah, just wondering, I think that bringing competition into the idea is good. I'm a little bit less enthusiastic about the idea of a grant because there's no incentive for the grantor to actually help the achievement of whatever product is being developed. What we use in my field is a little bit of innovative financing, where it's results-based. So essentially, it's kind of like an equity stake. We give a loan, and based on your results or your profit, we'll take a percentage of that to pay back the loan. So it's in our best interest to help you and your product thrive. And I'd like to see more complex and robust mechanisms for incentive that involve payout and that involve either equity in the form of Zcash or in the form of actual payout, moving away from a granting model.
Well, thank you for chiming in. And I'm sorry, the transitions in this call are just going to be kind of abrupt. Like that's just, it is what it is. So let's talk about Andrew Miller's proposal, which is miner directed. Basically miners have the choice of giving 20% of their block reward to the ECC, 20% to the Zcash Foundation. They can choose between those options. And then their third option is burn. So they can burn it, which is essentially through relative deflation, at least in theory, would boost the value of Zcash. So either essentially the miners are given the options of donating to ECC, ZF, or the coin holders. And unless I missed someone, I think that Justin is up next.
Yes,
all right, go for it, Justin.
Okay, excellent. So I think, going back to the first three themes that we talked about, the idea of decentralization, the idea of accountability, and the idea of funding, I think it clearly at least meets, or at least attempts to meet the first two. Miners aren't the perfect measure of decentralization, but at least they are not a clear entity, where ideally, like, it might be the best case that we have for choosing a set of decentralized individuals to make a decision in some capacity. And there is the accountability component where if they don't agree with what the Zcash Foundation or the Electric Coin Company is doing, they could choose to not allocate funds to them. And likewise, they might actually choose that decision because they wouldn't receive the funds directly either. So they have sort of these options, and then they may choose to not give funding. So at least the opt-out option is there. I know that people have expressed concerns in the past that they may choose to just burn coins all the time and may not allocate these funds. So we know that it's not a guaranteed source of funding, but I like how it at least meets the decentralization component to at least the best degree that, at least from my perspective, I can see out of many other proposals, and it meets the accountability component to some extent. In my opinion, I still like the 5-member board, assuming that we're able to work a lot of those, devil in detail things out. But this came out earlier, and I also like the general direction of this thought process.
Ian, I believe you're up.
So, I'm one of the people who's skeptical that the miners would donate. But aside from that, I just wanted to push back actually on the accountability thing, because it's not like accountability requires you to have sort of people with representation who can ask questions and an audience and some structure of what expectations are. And actually this sets almost none of those. And more importantly, because it is this amorphous group of miners who we don't really know who they are, I'm not even sure how you really would get the dialogue that would really lead to any kind of fine-grained accountability. Because the reality is that we don't have, our worry isn't that like ECC or ZF&D, I think, is going to do something completely evil, like take all the money and move to Venezuela, right? Where the negation option would be useful. It's more so that things are going to be, benignly mismanaged. That like deadlines aren't going to be kept, goals aren't going to be met, priorities aren't going to be set correctly. And I think that's the thing that we need accountability on. And it's also simultaneously the thing we're almost certainly not going to get from miners who are probably not going to be very responsive.
I believe we are unqueued at the moment, so.
Given that, I just want to say that I mostly agree with what Ian said. I don't think it's a really good mechanism of accountability. I just noticed that it was the first attempt in the direction of accountability, and so I just wanted to express some support there.
All right. I think, why don't we move on to the next proposal, since I'm hoping that we're going to move through these faster now that we've started disentangling some of the concepts already. Let's see, what's next? Now we have 20% to a 2 of 3 multi-sig with community-involved governance. And this is placeholders. This is placeholders proposal. Does anyone besides me want to chime in to summarize this one? Because I feel like I'm going to trip all over myself trying to explain their intent. There's got to be at least somebody else here who's already read it, right? Okay, so I guess that's a no. 2 of 3 multi-sig with community-involved governance kind of boils down to there are 3 entities, one of which is the much vaunted third entity. And there's some kind of community voting process that I believe filters through those entities. I can't remember what the exact legal accountability requirements are. Wow, I really didn't expect a challenge to be getting people to talk at all. I thought I was going to have to be telling you guys to shut up constantly while you were talking over each other. All right, Antoinette, go ahead. And then after Antoinette, maybe Iran. You look like you want to say something, Iran.
Sure, I think I got my 2-person in. I just for the three entity thing. Sorry for the background noise. My roommate's cooking. For the 3 entity thing. What is the incentive that's driving that third entity to spend a reasonable amount of time on creating those decisions? And I'm pulling this from experience. I've been part of investment groups where there's more than 100 people that are voting on which product or which startup to invest into. And the reality is that each individual has their own lives, their own jobs, and their own responsibilities, and you're taking about a fraction of the time to make decisions that ultimately decide a large sum of money and allocation to different companies. And so my problem with creating a third entity is that if there is no incentive for them to properly manage the governance of whatever they want to call themselves for the development of Zcash and the whole community, I worry that there's not going to be there's just not going to be enough effort put to do it correctly, I guess, to say easily.
All right, Iran.
Yeah, I share all of those concerns and 2 more, actually. One is that this creates an incentive structure where both ECC and the fund will be competing for the same money in a zero-sum game. So they would be incentivized to confuse the third entity into giving them as much money as early as possible, just so the other party doesn't get it, keeping no reserves, making misleading representations. Of course, no one intends to do that. No one has been doing it to date, but creating an incentive structure which incentivizes that doesn't strike me as optimal. And the other related concern is that there's a crucial point that's actually unspecified by the proposal. We're actually looking at 2 very different proposals in terms of the dynamics that they induce, and it's unclear which one was meant. And the question is, if one of the funded parties, ECC or Z Fund, makes a proposal, and then that's voted on, do they recuse themselves from the vote, or do they sit there and approve their own proposal? And I initially understood as the latter, meaning that whoever proposes needs just one more entity to agree with them, and that sets that creates some very bad scenarios if people are go nuts and try to confuse the poorly equipped independent third party about whether proposals are worth the money. But there's another interpretation, the one that actually ECC took when it analyzed the proposal, which says that ECC would like to recuse itself from its own proposals. And that creates a different dynamic when both of the other parties need to agree. And then there's a much greater risk of proposals being blocked because it essentially requires a unanimous decision. So for all of these reasons, I'm currently confused and worried about the whole incentive structure set up here, even if a third entity was found.
Thoughts, anyone?
Yeah, so we spoke with Chris Bernisk and Mario, who I think submitted the proposal about the 2 of 3 governance structure. I think I agree. I think that it is any additional entity, which I kind of mentioned previously regarding the 5-person strategic council, introduces a complexity, which how are you going to go about selecting that and how are you going to properly incentivize them? I believe in the placeholder proposal, they do make it an option to have that third entity receive some form of compensation for their efforts as that third entity. So it's not a completely charitable organization of people just taking out time from their personal lives to do so. That being said, again, I think that third entity, for this to be a viable system, there has to be a good mechanism in place for the selection of that third entity.
How are people feeling right now? Should we talk about another? Actually, you know what? This is jumping around on the list, but Blocktown, since you two are here and since your proposal has a lot of conceptual similarity, why don't we move to your proposal and then we can also talk about the percentage stuff that you have been bringing up, since that hasn't really entered into this conversation so far. And it is something we should talk about. I know it's messy to talk about mechanisms and percentage at the same time, but we only have so many chances where we all can talk sort of quasi face-to-face, so I think it would be useful. I'll drop either James or Joseph, whoever of you wants to talk. Why don't you start describing it and I'll grab the link and drop it in the chat.
Sure, thanks, Sonia. So we've been investors in crypto for a long time, and if you look at the market cycles, what you see over each microcycle is Bitcoin continues to capture value. It's the one that keeps growing, it doesn't die. And the reason being is people, investors, see it as a store of value. There's a core base of users that see Bitcoin and don't plan on selling at the next pump. They don't plan on selling at the next market peak. They plan on holding it indefinitely or until it can be some type of means of exchange or purchasing things. And store value is the holy grail. That's what everyone, I think, or most of the cryptocurrencies as a currency are trying to capture. Zcash is, in what we think, and the reason we're investing in it, a very unique position. It has a lot of similarities to Bitcoin, except it has one major upgrade, which is fundamental, which even Satoshi addressed in his white paper, which is privacy. And we believe that Zcash has one of the strongest or the strongest privacy tech out there. Now, we think that it's a great investment because it can be potentially a hedge against Bitcoin. If governments, corporations, large tech companies ever put too much pressure on Bitcoiners, which can be in the form of regulation, blockchain analysis software, which we are already seeing, the pseudonymity is essentially disappearing and becoming very much identifiable for Bitcoiners. And if we see pressure from regulatory authorities on that, Zcash is a great hedge. It is now the private store of value. And the only way it will capture that narrative as a private store value is if it retains a lot of the similarities to Bitcoin. And what we saw in 2016 is the Founders Award really divided the community. It was something that made Zcash very different economic incentives from Bitcoin, that 20% Founders Award. And what we're talking about today, which most of the proposals here, besides I think Steve's, seem to advocate, is a continuation of a 20% fee on the network. And if we do that, what we'll have is we'll have a cumulative 8 years, almost a lifespan of Bitcoin today at 20% fee on the network. For all intents and purposes, 20% will be an incumbent when we're doing some form of governance 4 years from now, and will probably be the favored choice. And you're basically setting a trajectory of a potential indefinite 20% fee on the network. That will continuously keep Zcash different from Bitcoin. So the main thing that we're advocating is decreasing the percent from 20%, which is what most of the proposals are, down to 10%. By cutting in half, you're setting a trajectory where Zcash over time, every halving, becomes more similar to Bitcoin and can capture that narrative as a store of value and kind of recapture the interest of a lot of Bitcoiners and the core user base that could see Zcash as a store of value. And so that 10% is really our biggest position. The governance, we're a little bit more flexible on. We talked to Placeholder, they have some good ideas about it, but really I think what the main thing we're pushing is the 10%, which I'd like to discuss. Let's hear everyone's thoughts.
All right. Who has a thought here? Okay, Iran, you're raising your hand, and now you are speaking.
So I just wanted to point out that the fee is actually 100%, right? All mining fees are fees, and we are asking what fraction of that fee should go to securing the consensus layer using proof of work versus going to the many other things that are needed to bolster such a cryptocurrency. That's all.
Hamid, you're up.
Yeah, so just on the subject of 10%, that's initially where I started in thinking about this. Is that if you believe in Zcash long term, it's hard to see the project being successful without Zcash being valuable, and so 10% logically could be a lot of money. For me, I guess what I'm worried about is you look at the market price now and where this is heading, and you understand the supply economics. My fear would be to do a number that leaves the ECC underfunded and other contributors to the space, and then having to fight this battle again midstream. So I guess I'm sort of open to the opposite problem, where I'm okay if there's a surplus of funding, but then it just becomes a matter of managing that well and making sure that that's just not a slush fund that goes to the foundation and the electric coin company that's not well spent.
All right, Antoinette. Or sorry, Hamid, you were done, right? That sounded like the end of what you were saying, but I'm not positive.
The end, yeah, thanks.
Okay, Antoinette, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just wondering if you could elaborate, Justin, on this, or whomever just spoke about the 10%. Sorry, I had it in the chat and then I lost it. But where the 10% came from, just coming from the perspective that a slash by 10% of your funding, if you're a startup, which I can say that ECC kind of lies on that boundary of a startup and established, but that's not the point of the argument, is that can be a shock that might cause more harm than good, even in the notion or even in the spirit of more decentralization. I'd prefer to see something that's a bit more stage gated and a little bit more flexible, reducing the amount of funding that is being directly given to ECC, perhaps through more blended approaches. So 10% can be direct grant through the reward system, like you mentioned, but then there can be based on the growth of the actual currency, the ECC would get a percentage of that growth. That would incentivize them to increase the growth of the currency and the economy as a whole. But just having a cut on their main source of funding and only source of funding seems to me a little bit. I'd be hesitant to jump on that bandwagon at the moment.
All right, Ian, you're up.
Right. So I think there are two different concerns people could have here. One is that 20% is too much money right now. And I think that given the price and everything, I don't think there are very many people who hold that. The larger one would be that 20%, if this thing gets successful, is way too much money. And I think that probably is true. And in fact, 10% might even be too much. And so I think the way to address this is not to set a percentage limit, but to set some, to get, say, ECC and ZFND or something to pledge, contractually agree, whatever, that they're only going to take money up until some actual dollar amount or percentage, whichever comes first, right? And this is something I haven't seen raised in any of the proposals, maybe because technically it's not clear how you do it. You'd have to enforce it socially, but that probably is what we should do, I think, is just say, look, yeah, if we end up with this being $1 billion a month, obviously, no, that's not a reasonable dev fund, right? And it, pick some limit.
All right, Justin, do you want to bring in your numbers that you ran to talk about what 10% would mean in practice in various scenarios?
Yeah, I don't have any extra comment here. I just want to give a scope of what 10% is. That's it. So 10% at current prices, I'm going to say $50 per ZEC price over, right now that's about $540,000 that is coming out of the block reward. Note that the Electric Coin Company currently has a burn rate of about $800,000 a month. I know that there are some increase. I don't know what the exact number is, but it's in that general ballpark. In order for it to be $800,000 a month, that's 14.81% of the block reward. And note that this is, the entirety of the block reward going to the ECC. It is not accounting for the Zcash Foundation. If you wanted sort of equal parts and you wanted to sustain the current burn rate, that would be about 28% block reward distribution, just to give some numbers for people. That's it.
All right, I believe after that we had James Todaro was next up. Possibly muted.
Oh, okay. Hi. So first, to kind of summarize on an annual basis, I think what Justin said, but Justin can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have the numbers exactly in front of me, but I think a 10% block reward after the halving on an annual basis would be about $7 to $8 million a year annually at current prices, which is pretty well funded for what's considered a decentralized project and not a project where most of the coins are held by the team. Secondly, I think to take a step back and look at the spirit of what I've listened to over the last hour and a half now is continual discussion on how are we making Zcash more decentralized. And I think what we've heard through this discussion is that it's very challenging and if not impossible at this infancy to make Zcash more decentralized through a governance structure. Because any changes to that, even just adding one entity, seems like it is potentially fraught with complexities and attack vectors. So if we don't have a very good governance structure in place, and there's faults with all of them, do we really want to have a 20% of the miners reward go to a essentially centralized entity that has a very immature governance structure? That, to me, for a coin like Zcash, I think has tremendous potential and may be seen as a store of value, seems a little bit negligent. And secondly or thirdly, if we do 20% now, I can tell you that 4 years from now, we'll be having the conversation and 20% will be the incumbent for 8 years. And I don't know, does anyone here hope or project that they want to see a perpetual 20% fee on the network to some type of centralized entity? I don't know, maybe people do, but to me, that doesn't seem in my mind a store of value like Bitcoin.
All right, Steve, you're up.
Yeah, just very quickly. I just wanted to I was going to say more or less what Justin said. The 20% of this block reward is not the same, or 20% of the next halving is not the same as 20% of this halving. The ECC said they needed 10% of all Zcash ever to be made to survive the first 4 years. So why do they suddenly need only half of that to survive the next 4 years? They haven't come out and said how many coins they need to survive. They've come out with monetary values, but that doesn't help us because it keeps making us put it back to money. Surely, if was just trying to take it back to a slightly higher, more abstract level, that the amount they said, and it is my calculations put it closer to 32%. Of the block current of the next halving rewards they're going to need to keep up current funding rates. That's all I really wanted to say. I just wanted to sort of put it back up there, the sort of spirit level, as it were.
Thank you. So Matt relinquished his spot to Josh Cincinnati. So Josh, why don't you very briefly introduce yourself and then go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Hey everyone. I'm sorry I was late. I have an infant baby girl and she doesn't always go to sleep exactly when I'd like. So I'm Josh Cincinnati. I'm the executive director of the Zcash Foundation. I have a proposal that I've submitted as well that I'm sure that we can get to eventually. But I just wanted to, I guess, respond to one of the points that James said about, and I apologize if this was covered in previous discussion in this group, but the big concern is like, is there the rationale for providing that big of a chunk of the monetary reward to an immature governance process? And I tend to agree that a lot of the suggestions I think rely on untested sort of governance structures. But there's a distinction between, I think, what a lot of proposals suggest and what where the Zcash ecosystem has been tending toward, which is further decentralization by distributing power amongst first amongst the ECC and the Zcash Foundation, and then eventually to more organizations or more entities down the line. I think that's always been kind of a stated goal and a stated roadmap for how we distribute power in the ecosystem, because it really was the ECC's baby very early on, but it has since expanded, quite a bit since then. And so I think that I have a personal bias toward proposals that recognize that that is the path that we're on, that avoid undue amount of experimentation in the governance process. And insofar as there are proposals that have that, have that viewpoint, while also giving other organizations an opportunity to be a part of some, scoped part of the fund without it being like a full sort of brand new process for distributing funding. I think that would be beneficial. And again, I apologize if I'm covering ground that's already been covered in this discussion.
Anyone have a thought that they'd like to share? All right, James.
So one kind of follow-up thought on this, it doesn't directly pertain to what Josh was just saying, but as being someone that has watched Zcash develop, and this was even before the launch of Zcash, back when we really just knew it as ZK Snarks. We really saw the community fractured at the time with that original Founders Award, and seeing the community now, and you can like how much merit you give these polls on Twitter or not. Even if they do have some trolls, I think we can all agree that there is some discordance between how much of this dev fund should be allocated. And there's a number of people that think it should be 0%. And these are not trolls. These are either miners or people that have participated in Zcash for a long time and see it as a store value like Bitcoin. On the flip side, obviously in this channel, we see that there is a number of people that think it should be 20%. Don't you think there's some merit to uniting the community and by essentially almost a compromise where it's 10%. Now you are demonstrating good faith to those people that maybe think the dev fund should be A, reduced, or B, zero, and show that this is not a centralized organization. This is not a company that's just dictated by what the ZF and ECC wants. And I think, and other people can challenge me on this, but I think that it's clear, which they're asking to be hired, so it makes sense for them to want the largest percent they can, but I think the ECC and ZF want 20%. And a lot of people that may be looking at Zcash as an investment, and this is something that will affect our investment in this in Zcash, will want to see that it's decentralized, that it's not just simply a two maybe organization running this thing and they ask for 20%, they get 20%. And so by decreasing that percentage, you have the opportunity here to show that it's decentralized, to show that there's a compromise, and draw in as many potential investors in Zcash as a potential store of value.
Ian, you're up.
So
Ian, you're muted. Did you accidentally mute yourself? Did I mute you somehow?
No, I'm signed in on two things because my Wi-Fi isn't reliable.
Sorry.
I wanted to repeat my question. What if we define this not in terms of a percentage, but in terms of an upper bound of either a percentage or an amount of money? Because I agree that like 20% is a huge amount of money, potentially long term, but short term, it seems to be that the difference isn't what people are debating, right? Would that help? Right? Can we do something like that? And then, the percentage is whatever the budget works out to. I don't know what ECC, for example, needs. They've said various things at different times. Josh released a whole nice piece of analysis of what the foundation would do at different amounts of money. Is the percentage sort of a distraction, right? Like, shouldn't that be the upper bound, and then there should be a reasonable actual budget? And actually, isn't that the kind of thing that some accountability mechanism of how the money is being spent would sort of want to enforce anyway, as an aside, right? That like you wouldn't just give someone carte blanche.
Matt?
Yeah, I mean, it's not what I plan to say, but I do agree with Ian that just because 20% is set aside at the protocol level, ideally, if we have a well-balanced governance structure here, it should not be taking that entire 20%. If the coin is taking off, it should not be taking that entire 20%. But I also think, I mean, just responding to James, because he said this a few times, this 20% thing is a marketing issue. It can be rebranded, and I say this as someone who leans heavily Bitcoin. The 20% is getting halved. People don't understand that, and it should, I think, be a strong differentiator from coins that are totally static and that are not evolving. And I understand that if you're looking at just like stock to flow and like basics like that, and you're looking at how funds are moving, maybe you think that it's bad for fundamentals. But personally, I think that Ethereum is where it is because of developer interest. And I think that if Zcash is going to have something similar, it has to take one of its few differentiators outside of the strength of the ECC's talent, and that is this potentially dev fund. I also just want to this was the one that kept getting me. The idea that we cannot decentralize with new governance or different governance of the dev fund, I don't think that's true. I think that a structure that has been jumping out to me is giving the foundation some way to basically limiting its funding to some piece of that 20%, and then giving it an opportunity to manage longer term access to the rest of the dev fund by a variety of teams, including the ECC. So I do think that we can start with maybe the ECC is the primary developer of the system, but there is a way to unpack that over the next 4 years. I'm not standing here with the zip, so I'm hand waving a bit while I get my ducks in a row, but that's all I had.
So to comment on both Ian and Matt's points, I think that, again, what you've seen throughout this process, that the idea of a phenomenal governance structure just falling into place over the next couple of years that's considered, that really increases the decentralization of Zcash, I think is very optimistic. And with this amount of money at stake, seems, doesn't seem like the best idea to me. Secondly, regarding the Ethereum point, as an investor, I look at Zcash as something different from Ethereum. I'm not sure if you guys see this similarly, but I look at Zcash as a cryptocurrency. It is very similar to Bitcoin in the sense that it's an attempt to capture value, to be either a means of exchange or store value. It's not looking to build Web 3.0. It's not looking to have an incredible number of dApps on it. Ethereum is looking to do that. So that is a very different development pathway, I'd say, than Zcash, which again, the most important thing for a cryptocurrency, I don't call really Ethereum a currency. It's really more of, again, a platform that could function as a currency in part, but that's not really its primary narrative. But as a currency, you're looking to capture the store of value. And that's what Bitcoin has done such a great job. And I know Zcash, as someone commented, Zcash is not Bitcoin, but it could be, again, that ever important hedge where it is the private version of Bitcoin. It has that tremendous potential to be, a top, 2-3 market cap coin, where if Bitcoin fails for any reason or privacy does become ever important for Bitcoin, the Zcash is right there to capture that value. And so that's why we're really harping on this idea of decentralization and similarity to Bitcoin, even though I know it's different, but I think Zcash is far more similar to Bitcoin than Ethereum.
All right, Steve, I believe that you are next. Yes, so we have Steve, and then, I'm sorry, I'll post the current queue again, but Steve, why don't you go ahead?
I completely agree with what the last guy just said. Sorry, I've forgotten your name. But I completely agree. It's not Ethereum. Who cares? What I wanted to know is, does the ECC require fiat or does it require coins? Because that completely changes the whole landscape for all of these proposals if they will happily accept fiat over coins. I don't know if that can be answered, but it makes a big difference, massive difference. So if Josh Swihart was talking in the chat, I was wondering if he could speak to that at all. I understand if he can't. Thank you.
No, I can't. Can you hear me?
You're a little bit echoey, but yes, we can hear you, or at least I can.
Yeah. So just briefly, I think that's an open question. So I think ECC would be open to proposals that would pay in fiat, not in coin.
Okay.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. So in theory, just in theory, a bunch of venture capitalists could come in and pay the ECC the required 1.1 million a month for whatever they sort out. But as long as the ECC is getting that 1.1 million from somewhere, they're happy to keep working. It doesn't have to come from the block reward.
Well, that's not quite correct, because where it comes from matters, right? So all money isn't good money. And there would be a question about incentive alignment between a VC providing that capital versus incentive alignment from essentially the community providing that capital. So it would just depend on where the money was coming from.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So we're going to move on to the next proposal, and let me grab the link real quick and also see where it is. We've jumped around on the list. Actually, you know what? I'm going to paste the list again in case anyone has lost that. And let's see, where are we now? Let's talk about the Zcash community funding system, which was suggested by very prolific and active community member Dimitris Apostolou. If any of you don't know him, just he's not able to be here because he's been pretty busy. But this is conceptually pretty much the Monero Forum funding system, but possibly running on the Zcash Foundation's grant system, But I mean, in concept, it's the Monero forum funding system ported over to Zcash. So what are people's thoughts on that idea? I'm sure that someone has at least one thought. So I'm seeing the chat move forward with the conversation that was ongoing, and I'm wondering if we should pivot. Okay, Josh, never mind. Josh, go ahead and say your thoughts.
Yeah, I just my main concern with migrating directly to that system is just the data that we have on ZF grants, which I think currently operates similar to the system that Demetrius was envisioning. And frankly, it's been a great way to distribute foundation funds to members of the community, but the actual amount of grassroots crowdfunding that's occurred on the platform has been really nominal. And so I think that we relying entirely on that sort of system when it's clear that there are entities that need more dependable sources of funding. I'd be personally concerned about that. I think that the idea of having a platform like it for distributing funds from a reward is great, and something that ZF grants could, I think, occupy that kind of role in the future. But yeah, I know that. So maybe Justin can speak a little bit, because I know he knows a bit more about how the Monero system has worked. But at least my experience on the ZF grant side is somewhat discouraging for the crowdfunding stuff. So I would be cautious about advocating for that proposal.
Yeah, I guess I can give a few comments. So as I mentioned, I'm the organizer of the Monero community work group. I think that, well, first of all, let me state that this type of grant program would not need a consensus requirement. It can operate independently. The Zcash Foundation's current grant proposal process is not built into consensus. It's just something that the foundation allocates funds based off of. I do think that it would be a quite significant step in one direction for the entire Zcash community. I think that although there are many entities that are heavily invested in the Zcash ecosystem, the idea of contributing to projects on a grant type basis is a huge community ingrained thing within the Monero community, and it sort of is the exception in my opinion. And it took years to get to the type of state where it is now. And we're worried about crowding out with Zcash right now. I think that if Zcash was to move to this type of system, I think it's most likely the case that there would not be clear people stepping up to contribute. Instead, you sort of have a tragedy of the commons that would immediately materialize. So although I would hope that, this would be successful in an ideal world, this is really what I would hope to advocate for. And I'm glad it works for Monero. I think it's just unrealistic and unlikely for it to work well here as a replacement for the initiatives and goals that the community has.
Thank you for giving your perspective there, Justin. I wonder, actually, I asked the question in chat, and since no one is queued, as far as I realize, I want to ask, and I'm not sure, I mean, given the value proposition of Monero, I'm not sure how well known this is, if at all, but what is the distribution of donations on the Monero forum funding system? Like, who is it driven by?
Yes, that's a good question. To a large extent, we don't know. But to give my honest opinion, I do think that it is reasonably concentrated. Reasons I believe that are that you will see often after a proposal is created, some small donations trickle in, and they add up to usually some proportion of the total proposal. But typically is a case that either all the proposals will be funded in bulk, or that they will be done in bulk type payments. And although I do not know who these entities are, I suspect that there's a high chance that it's a reasonably small group of entities that want to remain anonymous, that are making these large contributions. So I do think that there are disproportionately large contributions, even in the Monero ecosystem, which is already sort of the exception. And so I don't have a great answer for you, but I do suspect that even there, it's pretty concentrated.
An interesting aspect of that is that, I mean, given the conclusions you're able to draw from like the amounts of donations, it sounds like people aren't Sybil attacking to try to mask, or as far as you know, I guess it would be hard to really tell. But I mean, that's a concern about any kind of stake-based would not be the right term here, but any kind of like the people who have the most money get to decide kind of system. I don't know. I don't know if there's really actually any way around that. And that could get into a whole separate philosophical discussion. So I want to offer it back up to everyone who's here in this call. Further thoughts on a community. I mean, this is very compatible with Steve's, you know, it like Justin said, it doesn't require anything in terms of consensus. So really what we have to evaluate here is, would the community step up? Justin just said in chat that I see it more as a supplementary system for now. Do you mean with respect to Zcash or with respect to Monero or all of the above?
I think with respect to Zcash, I think that like there's no reason these can't exist. They already exist for Zcash. But I think that if the community was to go back, you know, suppose no additional funds are allocated and Zcash community was entirely reliant on the Zcash Foundation grant system, I think that would be I think there'd be very limited progress there. And I think that it's unlikely you would see a huge number of projects that get attention.
Oh, okay. Steve, I believe you're next up. So go ahead, and then unless anyone else has something more to say about this particular idea, we're going to move on to another proposal. So Steve, you're up.
Yeah, just really quickly, I haven't looked at the Monero community funding thingy, but what I was thinking, I don't know if it works like this, but could the foundation take on ownership of projects or products that are made or built? So they own the copyright or what's the word I'm looking for?
Rights, license?
Yeah, the patents, the rights. So people contribute by adding things, and then the foundation can then either resell them or license them on, or repackage them, or do things to rebuild money that way, to then reinvest money into the grant system. Could that become a feasible thing? And does the Monero way work like that?
Steve, let me cut you off because I can give you a very quick answer. Yes, we can negotiate intellectual property arrangements of various kinds. And now Walter and Josh, is it really critical for you to say something on this? Because I want to be cognizant of time. We still have more proposals to talk about. All right, Walter, you start talking, and then Josh can answer my question in chat. Walter, you might need to unmute yourself. All right, Josh, in the interim, why don't you say what you're going to say? I'm going to assume Walter is figuring out AV stuff. So
very quickly, just to disagree a little bit with, so Steve, I think that's a decent idea, but the idea of licensing intellectual property kind of goes against some of the fundamental tenets of the foundation's view on IP in general. All the grants that we funded we've always asked that things be permissively and open, licensed and open source. So it's certainly possible, and I didn't mean to like fully contradict it. It's just I don't foresee that as being a viable path while still lining up with the kind of science and research and work that we want to do in the future. That's all. That's all I wanted to jump in and say.
All right. Let's see if Walter is, Walter, are you able to talk yet, or? Okay, what do you guys think? Should we wait a little longer for Walter or go ahead and move on to the next proposal? I want to be cognizant of time, but I also don't want to. Well, okay, if Walter is able to come back, we can circle back. So we talked about Blocktown's proposal, and we can talk about it more later as needed. So there is a dev fund supplemental proposal, which is next on the list here, which is enforce the dev fund commitments with a legal charter. And the concept here is to, pretty much what it sounds like, to have it could be sort of slapped on to most of the proposals, but the idea is to have the obligations of dev fund recipients be legally binding. James, James Joseph specifically, when you said next, did you mean next the ZCFF's concept, or a general comment, or? Oh, Walter, can you talk now? Walter just rejoined. Man, yes, all right, go for it.
Right. I have to agree with Josh that the empirical evidence is that there may not be large contributions. There may be sort of systemic reasons for that. Some people, so I think Monero community, and I'm not super familiar with it, has a different profile of users, you know, and you can see it in utilization. Also, Monero doesn't have a vibrant community of, okay, let's call them clones. So right now in Zcash, people can experiment and to some extent monetize their own innovation. And Zcash has successfully worked with a few of those. And also in terms of economic incentives, it's been shown that once you have one model in place, it's difficult to switch. So Monero over time evolved that model. For Zcash to now switch the models, you know, there may just be an inertia to that extent. So I would offer that the foundation having the vision and having the record of developing non-trivial you know, technical contributions cooperatively or leading them and so on is a proven model. So I think we should stick to that.
All right. Okay, James Joseph has rescinded his comment. And let's go to Ian and Walter for some context while you were trying to get your mic and everything to work. We've moved on to LexNode's proposal, which is to make obligations with respect to usage of a dev fund legally binding. And Ian, you're up.
So I don't object to this sort of in principle. I'm worried about the sort of legal details and it becoming an avenue for lawsuits and such. But really, what I wanted to say again is that this is not the accountability we need right now, right? The problem isn't that we're going to be worried about malicious entities so far. It's really about how priorities are set, how what gets picked, features get picked to work on, what doesn't, right? A lot of the zip designs I saw sort of took the sort of security engineer mindset of let's assume the worst case and try to prevent that. And frankly, I think if we hit the worst case, no matter what the governance mechanisms are, the end result is Zcash as a cryptocurrency will be dead, simply because people will flee it, even if there is a, you know, fixed reward of what the coins are, the value of them will go to zero, right? So that's not the thing we need accountability for. What we need accountability for is, you know, how do you set priorities? What things should be worked on? How do plans get set? What is the strategy, right? The things that come up when people are well-intentioned but honest, but perhaps need some guidance and some help, right? This is sort of the question that as an ecosystem, I think we need to focus on. And so I think this is a bit of a distraction to look at sort of legal things, which is immediately the worst case scenario. And in the worst case scenario, again, I think the price just craters and all of this is moot.
So Steve is going to chime in and clarify my summary of LexNode's proposal. I believe Steve has talked about this with LexNode and might be able to summarize better what the intent and the goals are.
Yeah. I spoke to Lex about this over email a bit. The thing is he's worded it quite harshly, and I don't think that is the actual intent. I think it's more to form, like in the UK we have social clubs. I don't know if you have them in America, but they're like ex-servicemen's clubs, like military clubs, those sorts of things. And they have bylaws and methods of enforcing certain actions by the club, that the club does certain things, whether that be serve alcohol at a certain price, or refurbish the walls, or raise money for a new bar, or whatever. I know these seem really, really not relevant to Zcash, but the underlying bylaw system is what he's trying to get at, which is why it was changed from defined groups to a quorum for these groups. So it's trying to get a diverse section, but it's not defining what this diverse section is. And Lex still hasn't come back to me with what he thinks a supermajority and a majority and an ultra majority and all that sort of stuff is. But the idea is actually quite a soft proposal, and it reads a lot more harshly than I think it's meant to. Does that help?
Go ahead, Ian, if you want to talk.
Yeah, it does help. I think the question is not sort of how we define what the majorities are. Like, those are sort of the technical questions all of us get excited by and start thinking of. It's like, what are the norms? It's like, if there was a dictator, but the dictator had agreed to abide by some set of rules, just by like, I'll go with what the community says on these following things, what would be the process of presenting the community with options? What would be the granularity at which we requested feedback? What would be the obligations of which you have to abide by these, or to what extent you can disagree? And I think those are more sort of the sticky questions that we need to solve, frankly, for any of these proposals, more so than questions of like, what's the majority and how do we measure it? Because I think we're never going to come up with a perfect answer, and it's really going to depend on the goodwill of the people involved to follow the spirit of what they agreed to. But we have to have them agree to something.
Yeah, but you've been to an AGM before, haven't you?
Sorry, no, I don't know. AGM
and annual general meeting
for some things,
corporation, yeah.
Or yeah.
I mean, Ian is a board member, so he's been to the equivalents for sure of the ZF boards.
Yeah, I don't know how the Zcash Foundation board set up, but it's that sort of thing. He's trying to get an annual general meeting in place where people say what's going to be done, and then it's written down, and then they're held accountable to it.
So I like the.
I think the legal.
Actually, sorry, you two, but I want to cut you off here in the spirit of continuing to have a sprinkle some decentralization onto the conversation of this conversation of 25 people is extremely decentralized. All right, Matt, you go ahead, and then Ian and Steve, if you want to circle back to what you were talking about, I ask you to queue up again. I hope that's okay. Sorry for being a dictator. All right, Matt, you can talk now.
We'll call it a moderator. So yeah, no, I was just gonna say I appreciate that we would like to all just talk about fun crypto coin stuff. I refuse to say cybercoin. Sorry, guys, but we already are at an impasse between the foundation and ECC. We've seen that some of this stuff is legal. I know that's uncomfortable to talk about, but at the end of the day, if the ECC gets everything that it needs, and then the bottom totally falls out, of the price, and maybe that's because of the greater market, or maybe that's the fault of participants in governance. I have no idea. Then suddenly the interests of the board and the shareholders of the ECC are not the interests of the holders of Zeek. So I do think that, at least the way that I look at it, if the ECC is a special case in governance, I think that we absolutely have to be talking about the law. If the ECC is not a special case in governance, then I think that the legal stuff probably can be punted. So anyway, this was just in response to Ian's comments on legal, and I wanted to make sure that just because we're maybe a technically focused crowd, that doesn't mean that for certain things we shouldn't have contracts.
You know what? Let's move on to another proposal. I think all of the proposals seem to be bringing up, we're sort of circling around different aspects of the same fundamental question, which is also the whole point of this call. So I hope you don't mind that I'm moving things along. And then if we have enough time at the end, we can do a sort of general thoughts, general takeaways discussion. Anyway, next up is Zcash Community Forum user Keck, who wants to, or who has made the proposal of basically kicking the can down the road for another 2 years and just continuing with the 20% of block rewards to ECC arrangement that is, well, that's not exactly the current arrangement. So it's more like a much simpler version of what most people think the founders reward did, which it didn't actually do. Anyway, basically 20% dev fund to ECC for the next 2 years is Keck's idea. Thoughts? I wonder if Blocktown wants to chime in. I bet I can guess what you guys think. Are you guys really going to make me call you
I'll
out?
say it for them. It's the same as Blocktown's. I'd love to see Justin's numbers. Please, Justin.
All right, Justin, wait, let's go to Antoinette since she was first, and then we'll go to Justin. Yeah, let's do that. And then Walter, if you want to chime in, go ahead since you've been making comments. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. But right now, Antoinette, you're up.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what Justin has to say as well. I guess just more of a general question. From a speculator's perspective or from an investor's perspective, if the ECC would not be receiving this fund, then would your position on ZEC be more bullish or more bearish?
I'll jump in and share there if I can queue up correctly, Sonia.
All right, why don't you speak and then we'll jump back to Justin since you're directly responding to Antoinette's question, and then Justin can bring in some numbers perspective, assuming he's willing. Actually, Justin, did you actually queue or were you? Yes, you did. Okay. All right, you and then Justin.
Cool. Antoinette, I would be super bearish if there was no funding for ECC. And I guess at the end of the day, everyone has different visions of the project and where it's going. I personally think that we're very early. There's like, what's the statistic of shielded transaction? Like 2% or something very, very low. And then I also buy into the long-term vision of scalable Zcash. So without funding, and that's not happening, it's a competitive world out there. I don't know how that, I would see it as very bearish. That's my perspective.
Okay, I can jump in then, I guess, and just give some initial numbers. This is 20% from 2020 through 2024, both November. That 20% of the block reward at current prices of $50 per ZEC is about $1 million a month total. So if this is split between two agencies, 50-50 would be about $500,000 a month. After 2024, so between November 2024 and November 2028, that gets cut in half. So the total is about $540,000. Again, that's the total of 20%, which presumably would be distributed again. And you can continue having it every 4 years going forward. Real quick, it's worth noting that, this is a volatile asset, so the likelihood it's going to be $50 in 8 years is pretty unlikely, but I don't have any better number for you, unfortunately, or else I'd be a really good investor.
So Walter and Matt, do you want to bring, actually, I don't know. So they're talking about voice and exit and representation for, or no representation without, God, what is the term? You guys know what I'm referencing. They're talking about voting and sort of democratic principles in chat. Should we bring that into the verbal? Oh, wait, sorry. I think I missed earlier that Cody put up his hand. Cody, why don't you talk? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess it was just said in the chat too, that if right now the default is that it goes to absolutely no funding, everything cut off. And it seems like every proposal that we've made has at least some sort of funding or some structure to it. So I think that this would be the better default to fall back to rather than defaulting to zero. That was just my 2 cents on it.
All right. Walter and Matt, do you want to chime in verbally with what you've been discussing here?
Yeah.
In the chat?
Just super quick. I mean, a lot of the stuff we're talking about already has existing governance examples everywhere. And I think that we're doing a bit of a disservice to not talk about them. So anyway, I was just introducing the idea of voice or exit, which is the people who are on this call are folks who haven't already exited Zcash. But as we can see from the market, plenty of people already have. And so all of the fun ideas about like calling this a tax and whatnot, yes, of course it's a tax, but it's an easy one to escape. You weren't born in Zcash. It's not expensive for you to move out of Zcash. It's not like a nation state. You can just sell it. So anyway, so that's kind of my thought on any of the sort of like taxation without representation and trying to make this a moral argument is we already can vote with our feet. And a lot of people have. What can we do to get them back and kind of rally this thing?
Antoinette, I don't think anyone was queued, so go ahead.
Yeah, so the reason why I asked the statements, because that question was, I didn't want to go totally left field here, but if I'm an investor into a coin and I want that coin to increase in value, then I'm also looking at the team that's developing behind that coin and what the value proposition Zcash brings to the in comparison to the rest of the crypto community. And I think that we can't undervalue, or rather, I don't want to undervalue the team that's behind the development of the actual Zcash and everything that Zcash has contributed to the crypto community. And I think that without proper funding, or without a mechanism that would at least ensure a stable amount of funding, and I'm happy to discuss how much funding that would be based on a business plan or a business model that's issued by ECC, for example, finding a way to draw a line between moving towards decentralization, but also giving a little bit of a buffer so that the development from a technical perspective and an academic perspective can continue, which I think is one of the strongest value propositions of Zcash.
All right, so maybe 1 or 2 more people can weigh in here if they desire. Otherwise, I think we should move on again. I'm going to give you like as many seconds as it takes me to copy paste the next link to chime in and say something more. All right, so here we have Josh Cincinnati's proposal. Josh, do you want to go ahead and give the introduction?
Yeah, so actually I think that TLDR does a decent job of trying to summarize it, but just for the benefit of everyone here, the fundamental idea behind this proposal is that there are lots of different opinions about how funding should be distributed, how much funding there should be, what avenues people have for recourse if the entities in question are not actually using funding in the appropriate manner. There are statements that have been made about the ECC about the fact that no new funding would be used to enrich, prior investors, and there's, lots of suggestions for new kinds of governance experiments. And this proposal is basically an attempt to take what I viewed as the best pieces of lots of these. So this is sort of my subjective view on what the best pieces are of a variety of these proposals, and kind of create an amalgam of all of them. So fundamentally, it actually offloads a great deal of the complexity to a legal entity. So it's kind of in the spirit of, I think, what LexNode was bringing up, which is that there would be a trust that was in charge of distributing funds according to certain criteria. The main criteria is that the funding structure is such that it would be a 4-year dev fund. The current numbers say similar to most of the other proposals, although this is all open for discussion in my view. In aggregate, 20% of the reward for mining goes to this trust. Within the trust, there would be a distribution of that whole reward. A fifth of it would go to the ECC, assuming they meet certain accountability requirements that are listed in the proposal. Another fifth would go to the Zcash Foundation, again, assuming the foundation met the requirements listed in the proposal, and then also ascertained by the trust. There's an option basically for, depending on a metric that actually Iran brought up, I think, in the forum discussion, that I thought was a really brilliant incentive alignment idea, is that there'd be another fifth to both the ECC and the Zcash Foundation that would be distributed based off the proportion of value that's being held in a shielded pool within Zcash, which effectively is a very blunt way of making the top priority for both the foundation and the ECC to be shielded private adoption. And yeah, we can talk about that more. I'm already seeing some of the chat about that. And with the idea that whatever portion is not actually dispersed, if we're not in a fully shielded world, would wind up being held in escrow by the trust and only released to the ECC and the Zcash Foundation after there's been some long period where we actually have sustained, fully shielded adoption. And then finally, there's the last fifth of the reward would be in the form of a restricted donation to the foundation that can't be used by the foundation for any other funds but our grant platform. And the idea that I had as a way of trying to experiment with, a different kind of governance mechanism is that we can have the sort of grant review committee, or a new version of it, where the ECC and the foundation only have a minority voice in that committee, and it's predominantly, community driven. And there's obviously a huge ambiguous question about how that body, or what that body looks like, or what process that looks like. But for me, it's that's an okay question to have for a significant but non-trivial portion of funds. So that's it in a nutshell. There's a lot of nuance in terms of the requirements for the ECC and for the foundation that you can read in the proposal. But in essence, it's all about trying to create more accountable requirements that can't be actually created on a protocol level, but can be enforced by something like a trust. So I'm going to stop talking so I can look at all the things that have been chatted now.
All right. Justin, say your 2 sentences. And then in the absence of anyone queuing up after Justin, I will make another nomination. So if you don't want this conversation to be at the mercy of who I know has opinions about certain things, you should queue up. All right, you're up, Justin.
Okay, first I want to say that I totally agree with the general idea of some incentive-based rewards. I think that is in the general frame, but I'm really concerned that we're most likely going to come up with incentives that aren't directly tied to their performance. We can try and do the best case there, but I think ultimately that would be a fundamental shortfall. I also like the idea of some the other parts of coming together and being able to allocate funds in a different way, but I generally lean towards preferring Avichal's strategic council approach. I'm a little bit more on that side, where I'd prefer a clear entity that has more flexibility in how the funds are dispersed, just because I think there's going to be more real life nuance.
All right, Ian, you have to decide now whether or not you're going to yield your time.
I'll talk slightly. I think as an ideal, maybe we want more flexibility for handing out the money. Certainly, there are interesting interactions between ZF&D's nonprofit status and things that one might want to do, though I don't know. That depends on how the trust is set up. But in my mind, the real thing that this plan has as an advantage is that it's actionable now. These are two entities we have that we know exist right now, plus a trust that we actually think is quite simple to set up. It doesn't involve finding a mythical third party. And also this is a thing I really like, this incentive about about shielded pool adoption, which is a little subtle, by the way, because the point is not to necessarily incentivize user adoption, though that would be ideally what we get, even if all the incentive causes to happen is some major exchange to move the money over into the shielded pool. You'd still have gotten like concrete support for like store value at high values. So regardless of what happens in this particular plan, I think we should really think about how we create incentives and accountability for like nice, things to be done right, even if people aren't malicious, but maybe they have the best intentions, but maybe don't get the right things picked or done.
Iran, your thoughts?
So what I like most about this is that it doesn't have any single failure mode that leaves us devastated. Each of the 5/5 fulfills a different role, and there's a baseline funding for the established players. There's an incentive layer for the established player. There are grants that are that are restricted to being targeted to new players. And we hope that all of these will work and serve their roles, but even if one or two turn out to, for whatever reason, not work out, we still able to keep the momentum and the incentives and do a lot of the good works. And this kind of robustness is rare among the other proposals. And the other thing is, it still has some kind of governance body here, which, as you know, I'm generally suspicious of. But it is intentionally a simple one. That's something that ideally a well-versed lawyer would be able to implement, as opposed to require very deep technical expertise and financial expertise that is much harder to find. And that means that it's less likely that things will go wrong. It means that the problem of finding someone to populate that position becomes much easier. And it also brings us much closer to traditional structures of governance that are familiar and supported by law. There are many nuances here and many knobs to calibrate, like what's considered full shielded and how exactly we do the payments for the grants. So there's a lot that needs to be substantiated before this can actually be executed. But as I said, I really like the fact that it is not critically sensitive to any one of these knobs.
All right. I'm going to do the same thing where I don't know. Does someone want to chime in here, or should we move on to I think there are two more proposals remaining for us to discuss. And then if there's time, which I hope there will be, we can maybe have a more general conceptual discussion that ties together all the various themes we've been talking about. No one has queued up yet as I am speaking. So let's talk about the carbon offsetting suggestion, which I just pasted to chat. Does anybody think that we should use some of the a prospective dev fund to offset carbon usage? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laughed, but the chat just got no, what the heck, haha, and another no. So let me put it this way. Is there anyone here who thinks this is a good idea and that we should talk about it, or wants to defend it, make the bull case for carbon offsetting from a dev fund? Okay, I'm not getting any enthusiasm there. So let's skip to the next wildly controversial idea, which is changing the Zcash supply curve to 3% yearly after the 2020 halving, which is TLDR, reducing emissions drastically with the intent of increasing the price. This seems very likely to me to have regulatory implications, but I don't understand that. And if someone who does could chime in, that would be helpful. Or do you think it's a good idea? Like, is it a good idea to change the emission dynamics of Zcash, like irrespective of regulatory implications? Should we change that to try to influence the price, or at all for other reasons? Or does anyone have thoughts here? That's what I'm trying to ask. All right, Hamid, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just jump in and say that I'm philosophically opposed to any change to the overall supply schedule. I think it's something we should be careful of, especially I think we spent a lot of this call talking about how we really lack mechanisms for decentralized governance. And so ultimately, I don't see how the community or the relevant people, however you define that, would ultimately have a voice in changing the supply. But just at a base level, I think that philosophically and from a trust perspective, that would be very damaging to make such an essential change.
All right, Josh, you raised your hand.
Yeah, I'm pretty fundamentally opposed to anything that changes the stated supply schedule. I think the only case where it would make sense to entertain a proposal like that is if a drastic change to the consensus mechanism, aka like if there's some proof of stakes scheme that in the future is on the radar for Zcash, and that requires some kind of inflation in order for it to be sustainable, then that would be the only case where I think I personally, as a Zcash community member, would be even open to discussing it. But I think without that, I'd be very hesitant to talk about changing the supply schedule. So just my 2 cents.
Matt, I guess, just yielded his time.
Looks like she yielded her connection.
Oh no. I think I'll try to jump in while Sonia gets back online.
Sorry, I just got back. Ian, go ahead.
So I think there's no need for this subject to be taboo, because actually there's no way we could do it, right? Like, the discussions of how centralized versus decentralized Zcash is, but it's decentralized enough. If you did that, everybody would exit. Like, it's not like we defined it as this, that supply curve is fixed. There was no way, like, can't be changed, right? So it's sort of moot. It doesn't matter whether we have the discussion or not. We would not be able to do it and preserve the thing in any meaningful sense.
Matt, do you want to talk now? It sounds like you do.
Yes, I love talking. No, I was just going to respond directly to your question. Would love to hear someone articulate why changing emissions would be bad. I guess I'd also be interested in hearing Ian say more about his perspective. But I typically think when there are 21 people on a call doing something that's clearly solely to influence and pump the price of a coin, that's like not a great sign for this like decentralized commodity. Definitely not a security. So if anyone was wondering that, that's my quick take. I would like to hear Ian say a little bit more about why he thinks it can't be done, though, because I think it can certainly be done, and we've seen plenty of bad actors do similar things on other chains.
I mean, what do you mean? I guess can't be done is an interesting question. Could you write your own software, say that it's Zcash and make it pay all the money to, I don't know, some charity nobody likes or some rich one person? Yeah, but that wouldn't be Zcash, right? The community wouldn't accept it. The promises that were made wouldn't work, right?
Like there's a social contract that would be broken.
Yeah, right. And you're right. People have done it with bad actors, but I think those were coins with sparse, smaller user and passion bases, right? Like this was the deal from the start. And honestly, if we had to do it all over again, I'm not sure that's how I'd suggest we did it, because I think the emission curve is too aggressive. But that's the deal. And I really think if you tried to do it, right, it would actually fail. There's no actual option. It's not something we can actually contemplate doing. The 21 people on this call who are thinking about it, if to the extent we're thinking about it, are effectively, it's just mental masturbation, right? You could try and you would fail because the community would just sort of tell you broke your word and would move on to something else.
I'm queuing myself right now, and I want to say that I think that basically my only concern here is the regulatory implications. Personally, just speaking for myself, not for the foundation. This is just my personal perspective. I don't see a downside to reducing emissions, and I don't think that it would be a betrayal of ZEC holders or even like a. I think that ZEC holders would be generally happy about it because, I mean, in a conventional supply-demand dynamic, you would expect this to increase the price of Zcash. Whether cybercoin prices follow a conventional supply-demand dynamic is highly debatable, given that everything else follows Bitcoin in terms of price. But I think that like it would be a boon to ZEC holders. And if we didn't have to consider legal things, I would be very surprised if, okay, another hand-wavy thing. If we had a way to do one person, one vote in terms of ZEC holders, I would expect the idea of reducing emissions to win. I could be wrong. Of course, I could be wrong. But I think it's generally in the interests of ZEC holders. And I also think that ZEC holders broadly, this is obviously a generalization, but I think broadly would agree with that. But I am very concerned about the regulatory implications because we operate in the real world. Like ZF and ECC are both US institutions. And I mean, the legal shit matters. So, all right, I'm gonna kick it to Iran now, since he raised his hand.
Okay, just to be clear, when we're talking about impossibility here, there is no strict technical impossibility in the sense that, is my audio okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right.
Or at least I can.
Okay, in the sense that, I mean, principally, anyone can propose to change the Zcash code to be the Microsoft Clippy code, and if the whole community accepts that, then Clippy becomes Zcash, right? There's nothing set in stone. But there is definitely a matter of community expectation and momentum, and I think the emission curve is a very well entrenched part of that. It's certainly not an optimal choice. For example, the discontinuities around halving are disruptive. We got that from Bitcoin. It's disruptive there too. But people have been counting on them, and people have been making their decisions on mining equipment and so forth based on that. So the question is, why would anyone support it? Well, despite all of this disruption, despite the breaking expectations. And the only argument I've seen for that is based on supply and demand rules that don't appear to apply in the world of cryptocurrencies, because the regular economic dynamics are completely overwhelmed by other effects, including the acceptance and regulation and the effects of other coins, the ill-understood effects of whales, the very weird dynamics of mining economics, which are unlike anything that, to my knowledge, traditional finance has analyzed. So the evidence is very, very weak for any particular cause and effect playing around with these things. So playing around with fire when we not even know it will cook anyone's meal, I expect this to be closely objected to, and therefore to never be accepted into the community consensus if proposed as such. Also, I think it's mostly orthogonal to the question of the dev fund up to calibration of parameters. So I suggest we focus on the latter for now.
Does anyone want to chime in here? If not, I am going to say something, but if yes, you should speak now. All right. You lost your chance. Yeah, Steve, I think we did give up on trying to make more people talk before someone talks again, because it's just too much to keep track of. Anyway, I actually don't... I don't know, Iran, maybe you can, sorry, I'm going to ask a clarifying question. Is your concern more about the sort of the switching costs, or is it in terms of, you know, like time and CapEx and OpEx, like, is that the concern, or is it more of a philosophical thing? Because I would say, like, we are already very seriously considering throwing out kind of a fundamental original premise of Zcash, which was, yeah, like I don't think it's wrong personally to adjust based on how things have turned out. But I do think that, like, any discussion of a new development fund is a violation of the original premises and what original ZEC investors and users thought was going to happen. My personal perspective here is that anyone who thought that an experimental bleeding edge cryptography privacy coin was going to stay static at its launch is just, like, so fundamentally wrong about the world that they shouldn't be investing in anything. But you know, that's my personal opinion. I don't know. I guess I'm throwing some thoughts out there for response. What are people's yeah, Iran, why don't you go ahead, and then if anyone else wants to respond, they can also they can queue up.
So let's pretend that we kept the convention because I proactively responded to this, right? The question is there a good answer for the whole disruption? For the dev fund, I argue, many people in this chat have been arguing that there is a very good reason for the dev fund. Right, if we don't continue supporting the cutting edge work, then Zcash will devolve into a Dogecoin, right? A fork of Bitcoin that has a nice origin story, but without the care and maintenance and improvement, will become a historical curiosity. We don't want that to happen, and we are willing to disrupt things and ask for the ecosystems very deliberate and well thought out consent to the disruption because there are such good reasons. I don't think this analysis holds for changing the emission curve.
All right, I think Antoinette is next, unless I missed someone in the chat, and if so, you should say so, but if not, Antoinette, go ahead.
Sonia, I don't have a comment on the curve. I just had a follow-up comment, so I don't know if I should rescind until we go into more.
No, go ahead. It's okay for this conversation to jump around a little bit. It's just what's going to happen. So go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm more or less in agreement. I would I would put the onus, I was a little bit chatting while this discussion was happening, but I would put the onus on ECC and Zcash Foundation to figure out what would be the governance road to decentralization and to bake that into their release of funds. But at this point, I view it as a startup. Removing their source of funding at this stage is it's a blow to the value proposition that I see in the foundation, and as an investor would make me a little bit nervous. But at the same time, I would want to know that there's active work towards decentralization and a governance structure that works. And so I would want to see that process happening, and I would want the release of their funds to be contingent on the community seeing the development of a governance structure that would essentially put them out of their 20% over time. That's it.
Thank you, Antoinette. Steve, you go ahead.
Yeah, I was just listening to Antoinette and I've forgotten what I was going to say. Sorry.
Why don't you pin the
yeah. If
when it comes back to you?
Yeah. It was
So,
something to do with what
we
you
have-
said
we have-
about cutting edge crypto, but I can't remember. So if it comes back to me, I'll pop back in.
Thank you. So we have gone through all of the proposals at all of the specifically dev fund related proposals. There are other zips that are sort of pure tech that are not within scope for this conversation. I wonder if, I think maybe, why don't we, okay, there are only 20 of us here. I think we can do this in minutes. I don't know, maybe go a little longer with the people who have availability. Why don't we go around and say like what our takeaway is from this conversation, even if it's provisional and tentative, that's fine. But maybe a checkpoint about what people's thoughts are and what their perspective is right now, explicitly as a just check-in right now kind of thing. Like you're not obligated to continue holding whatever position you might articulate now forever. And no one should ever be held to that, honestly. So is anyone willing to start there, or does anyone object to doing that as part of this conversation? Or all right, Antoinette, you go ahead.
So I guess I'll just throw this out there. Admittedly, need to read through all of the protocols. So if it's within it, my apologies, and you can disregard this comment. But what I'm hearing is two things that are a big concern for me. Is that if a governance structure is proposed for a third entity, I would really like to understand the nuts and bolts of that structure and the detail of that, or what a decentralized governance structure would be, because that in itself would be creating a whole new type of organization that's never really been done before. And so if that's going to be voted in at the consequence of the dev fund or what ECC needs to continue to operate, I want to make sure that that structure is really well thought through, just from an investor's perspective, but also for the community's perspective. I want to see Zcash thrive. The other point that I would really like to see, and this might just be my ignorance and not having read all of the documents prior to this conversation, is I'd like to see what the business plan is around ECC and what their costs are and why they're asking for so much money, so that I can determine whether 20% seems reasonable to me or not, or what are the other ways of working around that number to make sure that it's data oriented, that we have KPIs that are associated to their progress, and that the release of funds are actually being accountable to specific buckets or sources or metrics. I'm just not seeing the data behind some of these decisions. And again, that might just be my ignorance, but that's my 2 cents.
Well, I think Josh Swihart is still here. Josh, would you be willing to weigh in on that? Actually, why don't we have Justin talk, and Josh, you can decide whether you want to, I don't know, do a verbal response.
Okay,
right,
sure.
I'm going to go with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you again, Sonia, for organizing this event. I know it's a lot of work for the 3-hour call. So first, I am thrilled to be a part of this conversation within the Zcash community, and I'm glad that we're able to have these discussions and to have, because it's important, because we need to be making these decisions for all of the right reasons, and it's important to have these open discussions. I'm not comfortable with the ECC and the Zcash Foundation, although I generally trust that they've done good things for the community up into this point. To unilaterally make the decision, it needs to come from the community, and I think that ultimately that will be the case. But I want to make sure that through this discussion, that main goal is kept in mind, that it is an ongoing community discussion. I would like to echo Antoinette's points that I do personally feel that we need specific plans from the ECC about how funding will be used at different levels, even if those are adaptable and change because it's volatile, we're in an innovative industry. Having some clear plans expressed to the community, I think, will really, really help us understand how to choose what percent, what number, what proposal we feel comfortable with. But ultimately, these are things that we'll need to continue adapting with. We'll need to change over time. And at the moment, I feel most comfortable with working towards a really well fleshed out third entity that has the lowest, the best set of compromises we can come up with, that's able to communicate with the community and with every entity that wants to contribute to the Zcash ecosystem to make it better.
So Josh, if you're willing, can you speak to it? It seems like I think a lot of us have as a question mark, really, like what ECC will do in very specific scenarios. And yeah, like really that you've given us, or ECC has given the community some guidance on that, but I'll be honest, it still feels very underspecified, which makes it difficult to evaluate what proposals are viable or what proposals will be the best for helping Zcash flourish. I think probably we'd love to hear your perspective on that, even if it's somewhat provisional and you can't make commitments. Just more context would be helpful.
Yeah, hopefully I don't sound too much like a lawyer. So I posted the transparency report in the chat box. Hopefully that's helpful to some degree, right? I know that doesn't give forward-looking or a lot of forward-looking information. It's mostly past information on how we've used funds. In some cases, we've used funds for things that couldn't have necessarily been predicted. So like handling, for example, the vulnerability that was disclosed earlier this year. Some of it was, like the Halo work that has been ongoing from Sean for the last year or so. Required some kind of open-ended kind of mechanisms and the freedom to be able to kind of explore and do some of that R&D. So that's not to justify not having a proposal, but I think our position has been that the community needs to decide, not us, what's necessary. And if that, for example, some of these proposals in here for funding, like the placeholder or arbitrage, require submission of plans in exchange for funding and potential accountability requirements and consequences for those, then those are things that we've said we've been willing to explore. So if the community, like Justin was saying, is requesting that or they're conditioning funding based upon those kinds of requirements, then we're open to hearing that. But we're really taking a position of allowing the community to kind of coalesce around what it thinks is the kind of the best path forward, and then determining whether that's something that we can get behind and support. I hope that answers that question.
Thank you, Josh. We don't have a queue right now, so whoever wants to chime in should go ahead and start talking.
Do we have 12 minutes left? Are we going to take this seriously?
I personally can stay on past the technical ending point. I'm sure there are others here who have family obligations or work or whatever, but we can go past the official deadline with whoever is able to. But yeah, Matt, you mentioned that you wanted to talk about I've forgotten your phrasing, so you should just go ahead and say it since you're the person who talked.
Yeah, kind of zip in maybe gestation that I've been thinking about. So I kind of came in representing a bit of a different perspective. We would like to break into Zcash development. There is kind of like a monopolistic force going on right now around what most chains would call core dev. I'm not sure where we should go for funding the scope of work that we're looking at. So I've become pretty interested in this problem. So first, Sonia, if I go too long, just cut me because I don't want to monopolize the end of the call. But
will do.
Excellent. So the premise for what I'm looking at is a couple things. So I think the first one, I don't know if we can all agree with this, but is that, oh, hey, Ian, I'm Matt. I've been in crypto for a while, launched a couple things. I don't know. One's called Fold. It's a payment app. Another is Keep that we build on Ethereum. We do some Ethereum core dev work. We helped fund the recent Fly client Zip, and we're the users of that on the Ethereum side, and also opened the we do a lot of work with James Presswich as well. Sorry, but anyway, the point is we would like to work more on Zcash. So the purpose for the Zip that I'm kind of considering, so one is that we have all the parties we need now. I do not think that there should be an introduction of an additional off-chain entity explicitly in the SIP I'm considering. And then I'm just going to list the stuff I've got written here. And if you guys have opinions, I'd love to hear it. Another is limiting the foundation funding to either a % or a dollar amount max. Anytime there's an excess, so Zcash goes on a huge run, the excess that goes to the foundation will be burned. So that's, a lot of us would be happy for that. But then here's the big part that I'm kicking around. I would like to see two things happen. One, I would like to see a generic dynamic member set for development companies. And so what I'm saying is the ECC is not 2 of 2 governance by default in this scheme. Instead, it is one of a number of development companies. And then the other thing that I'd like to see is if the ECC will be, grants make me uncomfortable too, to answer your question, Josh, but I can circle back to that in a second. And also, I think that range should be wide for a variety of reasons. But and then the other thing is that if the ECC will be first among equals, it is the obvious choice to do most dev work, right? The foundation obviously is doing some now, but and I don't know the full state of the Rust client, but if it is going to maintain some sort of special place, that is where the rules around accountability, transparency, and exclusivity come in. So here are all of the dev companies that can work on Zcash and be funded by a dev fee. The first among equals has signed an exclusivity agreement and has some very strict contracts written around what the community needs to see. And then this is the part that I'm playing with that I don't think will go over well. And so I'm trying to figure out maybe the best way to do it. But I think that the foundation is an obvious choice for actually managing the people that are in that dynamic set. So issues that I see here, it gives the foundation a ton of power. So I'm playing with how to balance that properly. I think there should be some sort of veto from miners, but most miner vetoes are like the alternative is burn. And actually a rational miner will often choose burn because the work that many of us do on the dev side is in the future and a burn is immediate. So I think the time value money is a concern. So anyway, that's just what's off the top of my head. I'd love to get initial reactions, and I'll write something up if you guys don't eviscerate me.
I'm gonna, Steve, why don't you go ahead and then do Josh, and then we'll do Mike around. I know that, Steve, I know you have thoughts on burning / supply reduction. All right, Josh, why don't you go ahead and then we'll go back to Steve if his mic is working or whatever is going on.
Yeah. So Matt, I think all of those ideas are great personally. I have a little bit of a concern around burns. I think that figuring out a way to redistribute funding to other entities, maybe within that set of that the quorum of dev shops dedicated to Zcash would be maybe a better way to go about that. So I originally, I was originally a big proponent of burns, and I've kind of I think I've re-examined it a little bit, and I think it's exactly the reason that you suggest, that there's an incentive issue if particularly if miners are in control, or even whatever entity is in control of burning funds. There's some problems there potentially. But one thing I was just going to suggest, because I know that our timeline has shifted quite a bit, at least in terms of the community sentiment collection on the foundation side. But I know I'm not sure, that I mean, I guess it's up to the zip editors in terms of accepting new zips for NU4. But honestly, a lot of what you're saying sounds like you could modify a great deal of my proposal to get us there. And so I would be very, very open to, if you wanted to collaborate and even, open up suggestions to my PR or to my branch, that would be great. And I'd love to see them and talk through what they would look like and have a public discussion about it, if that's something that you're open to. Because I think there's a great deal of alignment over what you're saying and what at least my zip is trying to get across.
I'm going to interject quickly as someone who has talked to the zip editors about this, that zips are malleable, and if there's a zip that we've talked about, or one that you dig into later, or that you dug into here, that you think is yes, a lot of things about this are good, but I want to change XYZ, I would highly encourage you to talk to the advocate of that zip, and if they're not on board, think about forking it. All of the zips are open source licensed, to my knowledge, so there's a lot of room to modify other people's, try to, for ideas about modifications, the advocate of that particular zip, or whoever else is there. So that's about the zip process. I would also, there is a chat.zcashcommunity.com. There is a zips channel in which Dara and George, the zip editors, are fairly accessible. So if you need help with the zip process, feel free to you can reach out to me directly and I'll relay your questions, or you can go to the zips channel in the chat. So that's my process interjection. Was anybody queued at this point? Steve, you were going to talk, right?
Yeah, it was just really going on about burn and all the different options that are there for that. But I think Josh covered it. Was it Josh?
Yeah, it was Josh.
Yeah.
All right.
I think Josh covered it more or less for me. So.
Micah,
I'm writing up a lot of different ones on the forum at the moment.
Hello?
All right, yeah, let's do you, and then we'll do Ian.
I just had a question for Matt. So had you considered time locking instead of burning? Over a long enough time horizon, it could look like a burn, but obviously the person gets their ZAC back.
Yeah, actually, that's great for. So I don't think that's good for any minor mechanisms, but I do think that's interesting for foundation mechanisms, especially if we have concerns around longevity. I think you're trying to balance this interest rate in if you're not using the money, give it back, and the supply and demand versus longevity. And I also think, I mean, to be frank, it's a bit of a political move to add a burn here, because folks who want a smaller dev fee, if you say look, there's actually a chance this could be 10% or less if things go well, you're also kind of giving them an olive branch. So I think that's kind of the other reason that I left that in there. I mean, it's a great point though. That's another mechanism I'll futz with.
I believe we have Ian now.
So,
yeah,
hi,
Ian.
Matt. I really liked everything you said. I particularly like the point about ways to get developers involved and get various other people working on Zcash. And also, I think the suggestion that some mechanism exists for if ZFND at least gets too much money, that it can't use it. Either it goes back to the miners, or it gets burned, or it gets donated to some completely unassociated charity like the World Wildlife Fund or something. Something along those ideas is good. So I really want to figure out how to get those kind of things to happen. But stepping back a moment, I think Zcash is going to live or die on a number of issues that were not really well addressed by the ZIPs, right? Zcash is not going to live or die depending on whether it's 10% or 20% for the funding, I don't think, right? Zcash is not going to live or die depending on the exact structure of the governance stuff, short term. Long term, that may matter. What's going to really matter in the near future is two things: our ability to get other developers involved, other organizations involved, so we can distribute development and not have a bust factor of the three people at ECC who work on core stuff and the people at ZFND who do. So one is ability to get other people involved, and two is setting the norms on what priorities are and how things get chosen or what discussions happen, right? Because if we don't set those now, then what they will fall back to is this notion of it's just a benevolent dictator for life, which I don't think is healthy for the community. And none of the zips that I read really set these that well. So I think we're going to have to sort of do this surgery on the zips because they're open source kind of thing and set these norms. And some of them don't need to be set in zips, right? It's not a technical process; it's a community process. But we need to have that discussion to figure out what those are. And I feel kind of weird because I am in some portion of a leadership position in this community, and I actually don't have a suggestion for what those should be or what that process needs to be. But I know it needs to exist.
Yeah, appreciate that, Ian. Sonia, super quick response. So I agree that product management in this entire space, and we don't even call it that, right, is really flawed. And I also think that it needs to be part of this governance. The reason that I didn't list my take there is because part of my thought around giving the ECC a first among equals kind of place is that someone does need to say what is Zcash 2? What is this roadmap? Someone needs to say it, and we do also need someone to say what does the community need to move forward, and what is a robust ecosystem. And I actually think those are different. I think those are two different potential product management roles, but it needs a little bit more thinking. I'm glad to hear someone else though thinks that's a problem because I think that.
All right, Matt. I'm going to cut you off here. I'm sorry. Walter, it's your turn, and then Ian can again.
So I'm kind of surprised that this is not important to you folks, but that's why I value the opinion of Iran and Ian and Andrew, who's been at this project for well over 3 years. I've been at it for a little over 3 years. So this attitude that, oh, you don't like it, pack your bags and move on. I mean, coming from VC-funded folks is disingenuous, because indeed, I think we joined based on the premise of the privacy. Bitcoin talked about having more privacy and didn't. Zcash held up that promise and for a while was executing. So to reduce it to yet another coin that's a struggle between the developers and the miners and whatever, I think is missing the main point. When people lose that view of Zcash, then indeed they just view it as yet another. And there are things coming online. So some of the key people who developed the tech and signed up for the vision can move on and will move on. And do you really, want to celebrate that fact? So that aside, me personally, I'm super impressed with the foundation's work that brings, new technology to the table, like the like Zebra coming out of the Verity's innovative work. And so one thing I wanted to ask Josh is, I'm on the sidelines to keep contributing to that effort, and I'm looking for more, coming out of George, like a developer call and stuff, so that people who are interested in underlying platform choices and so on can continue contributing. I mean, here the foundation has an opportunity to lead by example, and in all fairness, the Zcash team has fallen by wayside. I mean, they're slow. This latest choice of the commitments they made to this upcoming release is really disappointing. They picked the one that's probably misguided, delayed everything else. So here the foundation has an opportunity to overtake and lead in, I think, what's important to a lot of people. We may not be miners, we may not be investors, but we're interested, and we're going to stick around if the coin fulfills those requirements. And so I think not having that front and center, and instead haggling over percentages of this and that, is somewhat missing what's, again, you talk about the community. For a decade now, the developers have been defining of the communities that really make a difference. So please, continue with that leadership. And please remember, if you guys publish a roadmap that's compelling, then we understand why you need that level of funding. If Zcash says he needs $1 million a month, that's fine. And that's actually not a whole lot of money for a technology startup, given how some of these recent arrivals have just raised 10 million on the promise and so on. But you guys have a bit of a budget. Sending stuff out, as kind of like these grants and proposals, they're kind of one-shot deals. You have people, I wish the Zebra people were here on the call. I'm kind of surprised you didn't bring them on, because when I met them, they're like superb. This is where you guys can be defining of the future, not a me too, or we also fulfill the protocol, but make Zebra the Zcash implementation. I can get on board with that. It has very high quality provenance. So I would really, encourage you to remember that as both providing the technology leadership and, setting you guys aside from, somewhat exhausted story that the other team is providing would be fantastic.
I thank you so much, Walter. I think you articulated something that it's definitely come up multiple times on the Zcash community forum and in the general online conversation about Zcash, specifically this dev fund thing. And there's an inherent and I think largely acknowledged amount of centralization in Zcash decision making. Like the ZIP process, the Zcash improvement proposal process, is explicitly both technocratic and centralized, which are things that kind of go together. And there's strengths to that, but it's also, this kind of circles back to the how could we have a voting system that really achieves what we want with Zcash? Because kind of our available options are either you can have it be private, or you can have it be either plutocratic or really easy to Sybil attack. And I mean, private with Sybil attacks is, the private part is nice, but the Sybil attacks part is problematic. And then, yeah, sorry, go ahead. I'm a little bit rambling here. I think we've gotten to the cached thoughts coming out part of the conversation. So go ahead, Walter.
So, I mean, I've been studying the governance across the crypto space.
I assume that Walter will try to rejoin. If someone has a thought in the meantime, go ahead, and then we can skip back to Walter when he hopefully rejoins. Oh, okay, wait. He just requested to be admitted again. Oh, the suspense. You know, I feel really bad for anyone who watches this YouTube later because just the whole call is like this.
Well, if I can offer to edit down, you know, the
No,
interactions.
sorry. Go ahead. I was just trying to fill time until you go back.
It's you know, I mean, I dislike Google more and more, you know. This is yet. Anyways, so I think the governance in crypto has been a huge failure so far, and I think we can learn from that. But one thing that I invariably see is that in the argument in Bitcoin between the developers and miners, developers, because of the mind share, won. Same happened with Tezos. The ES, you know, developer companies holding the high moral ground and the support. So, I mean, every one of them still besides the whales, still the people who are the technical contributors in.
Oh, no. All right, everyone raise your hand if you think that Wi-Fi should be abolished and replaced with something that works better.
Sorry about that. And no, I'm not a troll. So I'm sorry, Matt.
To be clear, I don't think you're a troll.
Next time we meet in San Francisco, you may want to keep more than 4 feet away. Just, you know, if you're not into hugs. But I think this comes back to, and Josh can testify, hugs are not bad. But I think this is exactly why I think it's so essential that the foundation takes the leadership role as the place where developers are and where the developers congregate, because then you speak for the, you know, for the future, for the promise, premise, and so on. You may not have this whole back and forth and, you know, highfalutenness and the economic incentives, that if you present a consistent and exciting roadmap and continue, you actually just need to continue executing on what you're already doing. Get more stuff out of Professor Birykov's team, continue having, you know, the solar designer guy to contribute, and on and on. These are people we know from way back. And the people who are, and you know, Iran and all the key people are still around. They can continue pitching in great ideas and great implementation. Just do that, please. Become the guiding light, the defining developer visionary force. Is that, Josh, can I file that as a proposal for the foundation to become the guiding light? And you can even have the switch every day, you know, 1 day a week.
I don't know that
Josh
I have a spotlight big enough for that, but I really do appreciate the sentiment, Walter. I think that there's like, to be totally fair though to the ECC, like, you know, the ecosystem wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the fundamental work that they have done and the research that they're continuing to do. And it's my view, I think that the foundation can be, and I hope it will be, an entry point for other developers to gain interest and like actually be more, have a way for them to contribute to the ecosystem that way. I'm a little worried about, like, I think in an ideal like, platonic ideal of what a cryptocurrency governance structure should look like. I wouldn't want any single entity to be, the so-called leader or guiding light. I would really want it to be many organizations collaborating and working together, with one not necessarily having more power over the other. I think that would be in an ideal world, like that's the kind of world that I want to live in. And I think that there's a place for, if there are other folks doing Zcash development in addition to the foundation, one thing that would be useful for developers is if we fail at providing those those on-ramps, that there are other avenues for people to get involved as well. Not saying that I want us to. I want to keep our momentum going, as you so eloquently
other
said.
coins like Bitcoin and Monero and a number of coins had change of guard over their lifetimes, and it's whoever continues to carry it forward and communicate the vision that people coalesce around. So I don't think if you lead by example, if you deliver superb execution, people will follow. You don't have to force them into liking you. You just do the right thing.
Ian, up next. Ian claimed that he wanted to say something. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry. I thought I had unmuted myself. I think the question is, where does this vision come from, right? Matt, this gets to the question I was asking earlier in the chat about, where do priorities come from? Because one option is just that somebody articulates it and leads. But I think then you have to articulate an actual concrete set of particular steps. But then the question is, if we have this diversity of developers of different companies working on it, how do we pick funding priorities, right? Because, for example, one group might want to try to scale to 10 billion users, right? When right now we don't even have like 10 million, right? One group might want to prioritize interop to get adoption from Ethereum and maybe Cosmos and the like, right? One group might want to work on light wallets. How do we rank which one of those we focus on, right? And this is sort of an existential question at one level, right? You could just pick one, but if you decide wrong, the community won't follow you, or you will end up, the market won't follow you. On the other hand, you could have some kind of discussion process where maybe there is a leader who's at the end going to say, I value your opinions. These are what you said. We disagree. I disagree for the following reasons. I'm going to do this other thing. And that's actually kind of the governance process the foundation has discussed periodically, where people will solicit opinions and will take a bunch of signals, but at the end of the day, it's ultimately Josh and the board that make a call, but we have to say why we disagree. But whatever the mechanism is, there needs to be some answer of where does this vision come from and how do we resolve disagreements on it? Because there are tensions between what people want in the community, even now, scaling versus cross-chain versus wallet support, for example. How do we set priorities on funding? How do we do that in a diverse ecosystem of companies?
I think that what Ian just said is worth responding to, but I'm also wondering if we've maybe tapped out on the productive length of this call. Maybe this is like passe or cheesy to acknowledge, but these conversations are emotionally exhausting. And I think that is anyone else interested in doing another one of these? As exhausting as they are, I do think it's useful for us to talk about these things quasi in person. Thoughts on that? Let me put it this way. Does anyone think that we shouldn't discuss this again? All right. So I'm going to take that as a yes, we should have another call. Or wait, Mikara, were you saying that we shouldn't or that we should? Okay. All right. So provisional consensus is yes, that another call would be useful. So I'll set that up We have more time than we previously thought because of the trademark kerfuffle. So I'll invite all of you. I'll invite everyone who's signed up for this call to come to the next one, and get back to you all soon about scheduling for that. I might actually just people who are here, what do you think? Would it be useful to try to coordinate schedules, or should I just pick a time and hope that people can show up to it?
I don't know, but never coordinate scheduling on a video call with 20 participants, or even 5 participants.
Okay, fair enough. I think we're going to close this here, unless does anyone have a closing note that they want to interject? Action items. Does anyone have an action item? My action item is continue to go around in circles about which trade-offs are the best. All right, it sounds like I would encourage everyone to read the proposals again, especially any that you found that in this discussion you thought were particularly useful. Yes, hopefully when we discuss this again, maybe the proposals will have iterated, maybe some will be combined, maybe some will have withdrawn. That would be helpful to sort of narrow down the design space. Anyway, all right, I'm going to stop rambling. Thank you all so much for taking the time to get into this discussion. It was a long call. Antoinette, deadline for second iteration. No, we don't have one. I will get back to you all soon about organizing. Probably I'll get back to you early next week. That's my guess in terms of the other stuff I have on my plate. And any of you, if you want to give the foundation private feedback about this call, you can email contact@zfnd.org. Or if you want to, I don't know, write out a long explanation of the best ideas that we should definitely do, that's also welcome. All right. Okay. I already said that I was ending, and now I really am. I'm about to leave the call. You should all leave the call also. Goodbye.